Hi, Britannia.
Hello, sir.
How are you? All right. So I am heading home in heavy
Okay.
traffic.
Okay.
Um, so what I'm gonna ask you to do, I'm gonna log on. Try and keep on. I was in a conference the other day, and I'm not sure how much data I have left. But what I'm gonna do is I'm on my way home. I'm gonna ask when the other students come on to class to instruct them to use the time to go through some of their assessments because I went online and quite a number of the assessments are incomplete. To go through a few of the assessments until I get in because I would have finished teaching that section of it. All
Okay,
right.
sir.
So I
I'm
am
one of
here.
those students
Say it
as
again.
well. I'm one of
No,
the students with the
me there.
incomplete.
Talk truth. Talk
Listen,
truth.
sir, stop it.
And you see, so you know why your teacher and you for follow out. I know you're gonna sit down and do them now,
Yeah,
right?
I'm going to do them now, sir, but I was going to, like how you said that now, then I don't have to ask because I was going to ask for extra time to do the ones that I didn't complete for this week. You know, the 3 that you say? Because you normally
Right.
say, and if you close the time on a Friday, so I was asking if you can
Right.
close
Because
it
when
on a Saturday again. Because
Britannia,
last
when I
week you
went
did.
on and looked, I I was very disappointed because some students don't even start.
So I must start mine now, but this week was a very busy week.
Right. All right. So never mind. So I should be well then again no it's a Friday evening traffic and I'm just
Yeah,
in New
that's
Kingston.
fine.
So
Me do
let us
my
see what will
work.
happen. Yeah, man. So just let them know. I'm gonna see if I can keep logged on as long as I can, but I may have
Okay,
to go. So I
sir.
just want to pass a message on to you, should in case I go. You see this turkey vulture? He sees me driving, and just putting car in front of me. All right, so I'm here, just go and work. When I'm coming, tell them intermittently, I'll just come in and tell the class. You hear?
Okay, sir.
All right.
Britannia,
Yes.
hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What was that again?
Oh, sir was saying that he's in traffic and he's not yet home, so he's asking if you guys could just come assignments until he's home.
Okay. Which one of the
Okay.
assignments so far? Because I've done the revision one, completed the homework for revision 2.
Okay, so just do the next one that you have.
Okay, all
All
right.
right.
Thank you.
No problem. Hello. Guys, I don't know if you can hear me. Guys says in traffic and he's asking us to complete our assignments that we have outstanding. If you finish the ones for this week and last week, then you can move on to the new ones. If you can manage it, if you can't, then try.
And today my first time I come to class because I register late. The 2 show I gone.
All right, thanks, Britannia. I've been seeing the messages. Good afternoon, guys. I made a poor judgment in terms of trying to get back home um, on time, not remembering that today's a Friday. So forgive me. I'm thinking about you. I'm actually in traffic, in heavy traffic, if you were to ask me. I will get home though, God's will, and we'll continue our class. But I'm a little disappointed because I did say to you that I was in a closeout Edicus off last weekend. And when I looked, there are a number of students who have not even paid me dog mind to start the assessment. And I was thinking of coming to class tonight and name and shame, but I'm going to give you an opportunity. The Lord has a good way of working things out. So that's why I'm late for class tonight. So because I'm late, I'm giving you an assigned task to do in the time until I get home. Please to log on and complete your assessments. Britannia, I'm seeing a message, but I can't do anything until I get in front of a system, right? Colin, um, I'm seeing that you've joined the class. You don't have access to the platform yet, but I don't know if you have a friend in the class that you could maybe get some notes or the things that you would have done in class before. But just be engaged until I get there, please. I'm trusting that I'll get home soonest, but do what it is that you need to do. Are there any questions for me until I?
Sir,
Sir,
Yeah.
your number is in the WhatsApp group.
Yeah, man. Who is this?
Or a message, sir.
Okay, yes. Okay, Oran. Yeah. Somebody was saying something.
Okay.
yes, sir. Sir, if you get home and we start the class, can you like leave it until 11:59 tomorrow so I can complete mine?
Yeah, man. What I'll do is I'll give you enough time to complete the assignment because I mean I really don't want to. Tonight I'm supposed to be moving into something else. Did we start the? Did I do the graph sketch with you? Last class.
Yes. The graph, pardon?
Right. I did a graph part with you to show you how to sketch a graph.
Yes, sir. We
Yeah,
did.
man. So I'm pretty much finished with that section. There's one other section that I need to look at in terms of graph. So it's no time for you to complete those assessments. So go and work on them, man.
Sir, that's
Any
the
other?
thing. That's why I asked you for extra time because I can't, because I told you that the thing was, it kept coming off.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you never talk. You never talk.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, no problem with it. Anybody else have any other issue that you want to talk to me before? I don't want to pop out to send me on my phone. All right.
Sir,
Somebody
thanks
just
for the time. That's
thanks for the time. I'm going to
Sir,
charge you now. I'm going to charge you,
sir,
you know.
good
Yeah, go
evening, sir.
ahead.
I inbox you privately because
Who is this?
Swan Davis. Sir, I have a
Okay, Swan.
problem. My last one, it just kicked me out. I was doing it today, the last one, and it just kicked me out. So I didn't
Okay, no
finish
problem. No problem. And I went on and I saw that you have been doing some stuff, but anyhow, yeah. No problem. I will attend to that as soon as I get home for you.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Give my number. But see if we can move on in any event. If you have a difficulty doing, if one of the assessments is closed on you, don't sit and wait. Just move on to
Yes.
another assessment until and go through the tutorials. If it is that is something that we have not yet done, read through the
Yes,
tutorials in the interim.
yes, I
Okay?
know, sir. I know what I'm doing.
All right, good job. Yeah, somebody saying something?
Sir, which are the number is your one, sir? I'm gonna see your name in there.
330-7311.
Okay.
330-7311.
All right. Thanks.
All right, cool. I'm going to mute again now, guys, until, all right?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Okay, sir is in traffic and he's asking if we could complete our outstanding task or assignments, assessments, anything we don't want to call it. Yeah, he's asking to do that until he gets home.
Okay, the one on
Francine.
edible stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you, darling.
no problem.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tiffany in our class.
Hello.
Let me see. Tiffany.
Hello. Hi guys. Afternoon. Sorry about that. You were saying what sir we're supposed to do?
Oh, because he's stuck in traffic, he's asking all of us to complete our outstanding task
What was the task that you which one?
Yes,
on
Tamaya?
Edicosa.
Edicosa?
Oh, text
Yeah.
me.
Tamaya?
You did in our
What
class. You did in our class, sir.
I never hear him say come the Wi-Fi chip in and out. But I just hear young lady
Him
said
say
we
to
must
go
do
on
the
Educosa. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go on Educosa and finish. At our the first two, whether practice or quiz, those are the ones that we should finish.
Unit
one
one
that
and
say-
unit
One and unit, all of unit 1 and unit 2, as in the homework, the quiz.
So all unit
and
2 too?
yeah,
Supposed to do
you were
everything, you
supposed
know,
to
it's
do.
just you just do it at your space, but you know you don't wait until the last minute when everything expires.
Yeah, and you were already supposed to do unit 1 from last week. Unit 2 is
From
this
last,
week.
yeah,
Oh.
from last week.
All right, baby girl.
Excuse me.
Okay.
This is the first class I'm having, so like sir sent, is all of this on Moodle or he sent it in our email?
It's in Edicosa, but when him come home, we will talk to you, I guess, because that's what he tells somebody earlier.
Okay.
Colin, can you unmute for me, please? Colin Clark, can you unmute for me, please? Clearly, you're not in class. I don't know. You're asking if the teacher is coming to class, and I'm asking you to unmute, and you're not unmuting. Britannia, who were you talking to a while ago? And she asked the question about Moodle.
Kalia.
Kalia, what's it? Is it Kalia?
Sir, this is the first class I have in because I didn't know that
All right, you have to speak up on the bunches. I'm driving, so you have to speak up. Is the first class who?
Yes, sir. It's the first class I have in, so I'm not really sure of the work that we've got. So I'm asking if you
Okay, right. So if it's a first class, chances are you don't have access to Educosoft. So
sir.
you just have to stay put. Right. You just have to stay put. That's why you were asking about Moodle.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
got you now. All right. So I am closer to home than I was before. But I have another hotspot that may have a lot of traffic. So let us see what will happen. So just stay put. If you have a friend in the class, just ask them to WhatsApp you the the screenshots from the previous classes and see if you can just go through those in the meantime. All right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Shand,
Yes,
sir?
Carberry. Yes,
Okay,
Carrie.
the assessments, they're not opening up. It's keep on jumping.
Me to say.
It keep on jumping up each time.
Yeah, good evening, sir. I am new to this and it's not registered on the Educo. So, yet.
Your so do me a favor. Carry on.
Yes, sir.
All right, you hear me, honey?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm saying to you, I'm asking, are you using a tablet or are you using a computer?
A laptop.
All right, do me a favor. Go to your search bar, the same bar that you see educasoft.com in. Go to the search bar and go to the very right of the search bar. And you will see a little box. It's a blue, white, and red box. It's a box with a red X in there with a blue writing. Click on that box and then it should say something always allow from Educo. Just click always allow and then click done. And then you can start again.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
That's all. Colin Clark, can you unmute for me, please?
Yes, sir.
You never hear me calling to you already, boy?
No, let's step away. Sorry.
Yeah, what kind of question I ask if the teacher now come? Look how much time Britannia sit in the class and drop it in the post. You never read it?
Actually, no.
Actually, no. Okay, all right. So you need to read it. I'm in traffic. I'm closer to home, but in a long convoy right about now. So you don't have access to Editasoft yet. So as soon as I get home, I'll put you and Kalia, I think her name is, and whoever else is joining the class for the first time.
Okay.
So if you can find someone in the class who you may know, or just ask nicely if persons can just send you the screenshot of the things that we would have done. This is week 3. Right. Yeah, week 3, good. So just do this stuff. And as soon as I reach home, I will just take charge. Guys, when I come home and when I log on in, I want to see that you guys have completed some stuff. These are very short semester. And based on the meeting we had yesterday, you'd recognize that the exam is pushed back by a week or 2. And the truth of the matter is, I really want to finish this thing early, so it gives you enough time to do some review. So we need to complete this stuff. I can't drive here, so look where the traffic is. All right, later, guys. I'm buck up in a one long line of traffic.
All right.
sir?
All right. Guys, do me a favor, please. Can you, those of you who are not yet on Educo, can you just send me a direct message, please, with your email address, ID number, and of course, this is the Access from College email address, ID number, so that I can get you logged onto the platform. Thank you.
All right, Danica, you have been added to the platform. You can log on now for me, please. Asking a question again. Is there anyone else who is not yet logged on to the platform? Can you drop your information into the chat so that I can get you going? When I start demonstrating, I'm not going to be breaking to add anybody to the platform, please. Okay. Yes, Kalia, please send me information. Please send me information. Come on, guys. Come on. All right. Okay, just continue. Hello? Are you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. I'm just asking. For those of you who were working on your assessment pieces, are you at a point where you can save and complete later? Anybody, somebody?
That won't. I'm doing a quiz now, sir. So I'm not sure if that completely.
No, the quiz won't save and complete. What number are you at for the quiz?
Revision, FCM revision 2.
Okay, that's one of the 25 questions.
Yes, sir.
All right, question. No, mind that you should be able to save and complete that for later. Look in the middle of the screen, top middle of the screen, to see previous, save and complete later. Next. Are you seeing that?
No, sir. Oh, I said previous and next, that's all.
Or you're not seeing save and complete later? All right. Is there anybody else that is working on that? Because I mean, I would just ask you to come out and then I can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm at number 5.
5 out of how many? How many questions?
I'm at
25.
number.
All right. I'm going to ask you to press pause on those for me. Just press pause, and I will resume those that I need
Okay.
to resume. I just
All
need
right,
to,
sir.
yes, please.
Could I ask a question? Sir?
Go ahead, Danica.
Oh, just getting on Educa stuff. How long do we have before you close them?
1 hour.
Today?
I'm joking. No, man, that is the time. But you have to hit the road running. I can't sit down. So you have to hit the road running. All right. Well, these guys are late, you know, because I was asking for it for quite a while. So you have to wait until I am finished with this. All right. So what I want you to do is just to pay attention at the screen. Have a look, please.
There's nothing there, sir.
Huh?
There's nothing there. It's blank.
My screen is blank? Strange. Hold on. Oh, sorry. I need to do a new share. Something else is all right. You should have seen it now. Yeah. And the pop-up window came up, so I needed to share that pop-up window. All right. So what they will ask you to do on the final exam, on your mid-semester exam, on your assessments in EducaSoft, is to sketch the graph of a function, of a quadratic function. And the question would have said to you, 2x squared minus 4x plus 5. And it's for you now to put the graph in a form that makes it so much easier for you to sketch the graph. And it has to be in the vertex form, V-E-R-T-E-X. It has to be in the vertex form. Now, when the question, when you have written your question in the vertex form, your answer in the vertex form, you can immediately just go ahead and just write off in order to do your calculation and subsequently your sketch, right? So we need to look at the vertex form. Now, one of the things that we discussed last class is to ensure that the coefficient of x squared is positive 1. Is to ensure that the coefficient of x squared is positive 1. And if the coefficient of x squared is positive 1, then I'm going to find half the coefficient of x and then I square it. And the reason I'm saying positive 1, because one of the questions we did, the coefficient of x squared was given to be negative 1. And I still want you to recognize that I don't want just any old one. I want positive 1. It has to be positive 1, and negative 1 will not work. All right? So the coefficient of x squared must be positive 1. If you're given the question and the coefficient of x squared is positive 1, hooray. But if you're given a question and the coefficient of x squared is not 1, you will have to make it 1 by factorial. So in the case here on screen, you are given 2x squared. Now the coefficient of x squared is not 1. So since the coefficient of x squared is not 1, what must be done is, hold on a minute, please. So in this particular case, the coefficient of x squared is not 1, so we need to make it 1. So whatever the coefficient is what it is that we're going to be factoring out. Whatever the coefficient of x is, that's what we're going to be factoring out. So I'm going to be factoring out the 2. So let us see how editor goes about doing this. Step 1. So that's the form. A open bracket x plus h all squares plus k. A open bracket x plus h all squares plus k. That's the form, that's the vertex form that we're going to be utilizing in order to go ahead and plot our graph. That's the vertex form. Allow me to just stop share and then reshare to get rid of the. All right. Now it says complete the square in x and write y equals f of x in the form a open bracket x plus h all squared plus k. All right. Now that's what I'm talking about. You're going to be factoring the coefficient of x squared. Now remember I said to you last class that anything that you factor out is now going to be in the denominator of the second term. So since I factored out the 2, what is going to happen is that my middle term, I'm going to have negative 4 over 2x. No, I'm going to have negative 4x over 2. And negative 4x over 2 is going to give you negative 2x. Sir, how will you get that again? I'm dividing, I'm multiplying through by 2. And as a result of that, I'll have to divide the middle term by 2. All right? And then what we would have done is find half the coefficient of x. A half of negative 2 is negative 1. Then we're going to square it. Then we're going to get positive 1. And then they are missing one of the steps that we would have done. We put it in first and we take it out after. And we will end up with that as our final answer. 2 open bracket x plus 1 all squares plus 3. And then we're going to write the vertex form of that. And some of you would have figured out what it is that we would do by letting x minus 1 to be equal to 0. And when x minus 1 equals 0, then we're going to have x is equal to positive 1. So my vertex is going to be positive 1 comma positive 3. So how do you get positive 3? I get positive 3 because of this 3 here. The number that is on the outside here is representing my y value. The number here is representing my y value. And my x value is going to be represented by this x minus 1. And I'm going to set it equal to 0. So step 2 is going to give my vertex to be 1 comma 3. Let us check to see what it is that they get. So a is greater than 0 in order for us to have that. And all right, so there are several steps that the system would have just would take you through. This is my basic graph. This graph here, the graph of y equals x squared, is my basic graph. Sir, how you know? See the question here? 2x squared. So this is the highest power in the function. So because it is the highest power in the function, it is going to be the basic graph of the graph x squared. You see that the highest power in the function is x squared. So it means that my basic graph is going to be the x squared graph. So what it is that I'm doing, I'm translating this graph 1 unit to the right. Sir, how you know that? Remember I said to you that x is equal to 1? Yes, x is equal to 1. So I'm translating this 1 unit to the right. So which is why I have 1 comma 0. All right? And then the graph is 2. So remember I said to you, we did an exercise yesterday to say that when you have a fraction in front of the coefficient of x squared, that the graph is widened. The smaller the value is the wider the graph. And if you have like 0.1 or 0.001, that graph now is going to really sit on the x-axis. So the smaller the graph, the smaller the number in front of the coefficient of x squared, Rubbish. The smaller the number in front of x squared is the wider the graph going to be. The bigger the number in front of x squared, the graph is going to be hugging the y-axis. Anybody remember that exercise we did last class?
Yes, sir.
All right. So because the coefficient of x squared here is 2, in the third step, so we translated the stuff first, then we need to stretch. So because it's a positive 2, it is going to go closer to the y-axis. All right? The bigger the coefficient of x squared, is the tighter it hugs the y-axis. The smaller the coefficient of x squared, it is more loose. It is more loose. All right? Now, I can show you something because I don't know if it is that you see what is happening. And then now I'm going to be also doing another translation because remember I did say to you that it goes up 3 units. So this is where it goes up 3 units. So my vertex is really 1, 3. My vertex is really 1, 3. And that will be the shape of this graph. That will be the shape of this graph. All right? Are there any questions? This is what we did last class. So this is really just a review. That's what we did last class. Now, I want us to, oh, come on. I want us to pay a little attention to I want to pay some attention. Let me see if I can find it. I need to pay some attention to this section of the thing. Now, give me a few, please. 1 minute. All right. So this is what I want to spend some time on, and I'm gonna ask you to forgive me, but I know some of you would have gone through all of this beforehand, but it is very important for me to point out the importance of understanding what is happening here. The rational functions f of x is equals to 1 over x, and g of x will be 1 over x squared. So what we're asking to do is, how do you plot the graph of 1 over x? And this is what it is that we do. So they gave you some functions there. They gave you some functions. They gave you a function, and when x is equal to -3, wherever in the function you see x, you're going to put -3. So it becomes -1 over 3. We move on to x equals -2. Wherever in the function you see x, you're putting -2. So it's going to be 1 over -2 or -1 over 2, same difference. And similarly for -1, so your answer is going to be -1. You notice we never put any 0 there. Why did we miss 0? Can anybody tell me?
Anybody tell her what was the question?
And I'm saying, you notice in the table, I'm looking at the table here. I'm actually going through the tutorials with you. But on the table here, or in the table, we have -2, -3, -2, -1. Then we skip 0 and then we went to 1, 2, 3. And I'm asking, why did we skip 0?
Because them are focused on 1.
There's a nicer reason for that. Tell me, look at it again.
Sir, because you're substituting the numbers in x. So if you put a 0 there, it would just come out as 1.
It just come out to be what?
To just be just 1. There are a math error, sir.
Okay, Khalil, what does math error mean?
Sir, when it's sir, I don't know how to explain it. Like, there is no definite answer for that. It would just be a wrong answer.
Sir, the rational function, the numerator for it is 1.
Okay, and I'm coming back to your Khalil. You said some things that are correct, and 1 or 2 things kind of need to talk to you about. Yes, Francine, you're saying it's a rational number, yeah, and
because the numerator is 1.
I'm about to ask you. Why did we skip 0?
Good God, sir, I'm trying.
Go ahead, no problem. Go ahead. Come, Hanson, come. You reach home early today, so come talk to me.
I'm just saying, the requirement needs to start from 1. It doesn't just start from 1.
It just needs to start from 1. Okay. All right, I hear you. I'm coming back to you, Khalil. You said some things that I want to address. Colin, I saw you unmute a while ago. Talk to me. Why is it that they skip 0?
So you can't give me them the pressure.
I hear you, Colin. Renee?
Or is it that x is 1?
Who tell you that? Who tells you x are 1 is?
No, sir, just a guess.
You just a guess? All right. No, sir, x is not 1. X is a variable. Buruf buff. Renia. Renia, Clark. All right, so am I to understand that you guys just log in and then step away from the computer? Or are you there listening to what I'm saying? If you are there, can you just raise your hands for me, please, on the screen? I need to know those of my students that are there so I can put the rest of you in the waiting room. Like I'm serious now. Right, so if you hear me, just put it down. And those hands that I'm not seeing, I'm going to drop you in the waiting room. I'm tired of this. All right, so so the ones that I'm not seeing now.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So the ones that I'm not seeing raising their hands, I'm going to put them in the waiting room because me cannot teach and ask questions and people know.
So you see my hand because my system giving problem.
All right, I see your teeth. You're fine. I know you're there.
Okay.
I was about to ask if Miss Carol not there because they know, say, me and I would have just fall out, shake out our lunch money for our market money for tomorrow. All right. Francine, why not put up your hand, Francine? I know you're there. Kerry, I know you're there. Is Clark there? Is Tiffany Henry there? Dejanay?
Clark, yes, sir.
Rashida? Suwan, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
So put up your hand up. All right. So am I to ask you carry on? Are you there still? Rashida?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So put up your hand up because I'm going to drop the other students from the class and put them in the waiting room. You know, I'm serious. Rashida Blake, are you there? Tiffany Henry, are you there?
Sir,
yes, I'm right here.
Okay. So put up your hand in, Tiffany.
Hold on, sir, let me figure it out.
Yes, sir. I just Google it a while ago, sir.
All right. Okay. All right. So, all right. And I know those students are here. All right. Never mind. They can lower your hands. So it means that you guys are here. So let me just sit. Let me just sit. You can lower your hands. Lower your hands. Let me have a conversation with you guys because it is very important. Very important.
Sir, before you start, can I say something?
Go right ahead, honey.
Is it that you cannot have a 0 because the number must be, you must be able to get back a number, but with the 0 you won't get.
Continue because I mean you and Kalea, I think her name is, are tending towards the same answer. But hear my question to you, Kerry, and what I'll ask Kalea also, because pretty much you're saying the same thing. I'm asking, why is it that I will not put a 0 in the denominator? Why is it that I would not have said 1 over 0? Tell me why. And that's where you, Kalea, that's where you carry on, and that's where anybody else in the class.
Sir, because if you put that number over 0, the number gonna remain the same. 0 won't count.
Zero wouldn't count.
Like
What do
for
you mean by that?
example, if you put 1 over 0, the answer would have been 1.
Check it on your calculator and tell me, Shazelle.
No, that would be.
Sir, I just say like the reciprocal function.
No, sir, it cannot be. It wouldn't be able to divide or I don't know.
So tell me what happened. What can you say about the function? What can you say about the function at that particular point when x is equal to 0? Come on, guys. Come on, come on, come on. Chanel, what sayest thou? Come, Chanel, talk to me. I know you're there. Talk no, honey, talk no, talk no. All right, your internet is unstable, so I'll move on. Alexis.
Yes, sir.
Why is it that a 0 cannot exist in the denominator?
Sir, it'll be undefined.
Thank you very much, Alexis. Woo! You saved the class. You just saved the class. Jeez, busy. Remember, you have got high school and teacher giving a class detention, and you want to hold the person who make you get class detention because you have plans to go road, and you have to sit down and write 100 lines. Matter of fact, them things are still a keep at school. My days were the good days still doing now, so maybe not. Yes, it's undefined. So somebody said 1/0 is 1. That can't be 1/0 no make it.
That's not that we are trying to say.
I mean, no.
We're trying to say.
I know. Listen to me.
So we have to use big words.
No, man. So you and Kalia came the closest, right? I know what it is that you're trying to say, but I want you to be able to say it. Now, hear what is happening. Hear what is happening, guys. So I'm just going to encourage you at this point in time that when I'm in class and I'm teaching, I know you don't have lectures like that at Excelsior where we just teach and just go along and just say good night. And that to stop and interact with you just to make sure that you're understanding. I'm positive that my colleagues engage in that sort of activity. But you see the one here now, him get very touchy-feely. When me ask question and everybody sit down with their microphone closed. You know what I will do? I will close my microphone too, and I'll just sit and wait on you. Because it means that you are actually researching the answer to the question I asked. I'll give you as much time as you need to find the answer for the stuff. But best believe you're wasting time when you do that. Speak so that I can hear what information you have, so that I can help you to develop the information, like I'm about to do right now. Yes, please.
You see, all if me know, I know when me talk to foolishness, me answer same way.
Absolutely.
Call me the answer, and you tell me, son, so you go.
Absolutely.
But at the end of the day, at least me learn.
So I remember you mentioned it in class. It must probably in the first class or so.
I did.
I was trying to.
You're trying to remember what it is that I said, yeah.
Yes, but I know you did it.
Yeah, but guess what now, Kerry? So it better me come and me say to you, Kerry, you crazy? Or Francina, we are talking about? Or I come and say, Carol, are we there? Where's the headspace? Let me come and let me rub you away, because when teacher Shan rub you, is not to embarrass you, but is to get you to think and to do what it is that you want to do. Because I'm going to tell you straight up, life is not going to be all curry, lovey, them sort of thing, you know. You're not going to get rub 1 or 2 times, because I want you to become the best you. And if I catch you for any other math course, me get rub and say me, what if me teach you this at a lower level that when you reach like our business calculus, I may say, but Francine, what is this answer? Me go rub her hard because me expect Francine to remember. It doesn't mean that the love is not there, but I don't want to see you sit in my class. I get very annoyed, and I don't. It happened to me last semester, and I mean, when them said school was getting done, I was the first one to finish the class because I didn't want to see those students one more time. And I mean, I'm on record saying it because those students just did not respond to me. They just did not respond. So I'm saying to you, it's a short semester. Talk. Let me know what it is that you know. Finally, life is, oh boy, karma is one something, you see, because some of you in that class sit down and say, You can go and talk off your face, Mr. Shan, because me have no plans for the maths. Me just want to do that something here and just move on, forget the associates, so we can just do the bachelor's and come out and exit. So you can go and talk off. Me have no desire for learn the maths. Let me just correct that, because some of you may be thinking that, but not thinking it aloud. Without the student identifying him or herself, one of my could be sons or daughters in the class never know where he or she would have been placed to work. And that student has to interface with many other students within an educational environment. No, just imagine if a student comes to you and say, "Sir or Miss, I'm trying to find some information. Why is it that zero cannot exist in the denominator?" How proud a student of Excelsior Community College would be to say, because it makes the function undefined. And you explain to the student so the student can get a better understanding. You don't know where this life is going to place you. Learn something. Let's go.
Are you passionate about your math?
Say it again. Chanel, Honey Bunches, your internet is unstable, so you're coming across very wavy. Say it again, hon.
I was just saying you're passionate about your math.
Oh, listen to me, man. Don't play with me. It's like you play with my food, you know. Yeah, man. Don't play much, man. No, man. But you see, for me, Chanel, it pains my heart when I know what energy I come to the class. As my little friend Britannia that tell me, say, "Sir, you lucky, my book still open." You understand? Then the time my book locked long time and I'm ready for gone in my bed. But it's a Friday evening, become very energized. Whether or not I want to sleep, you know, come just come off of the road, it's or not. I want to sleep, but no, I have a duty to perform. Someone wants you to come with the same energy. Match my energy. If you match my energy, you're good to go. Match my energy, please. All right, let's go. So I'm going to give you an example of something. I'm going to give you, yeah, thank you, Papa. I'm going to give you a suggestion. I mean, not a suggestion. I'm going to give you a scenario. I'm going to give you a scenario. I'm going to work with me. So where I went today, you know, you're driving up and down and, you know, I was having a conversation with one of my passengers in the car and I said, boy, you know, I really don't want to build a house, you know. I don't want to build a house. But I'd rather buy one old house and fix it up. You know, some don't want to build not because you have the extortion people that come to tell me, say, make sure somebody up on the payroll and me not join them the game there. So for a peaceful life, me buy a whole house, I mean moving to the whole house, I may go and fix up the whole house with me inside there. You understand? What's the point, sir? If you decide that you can build your house on one circular stone, will look like 10, you think you can walk any and anywhere in the house? Talk to me. Just picture it. You building a house on one little zero, one little piece of rock, without anything in there, just 10 under the something. You think they can work?
Of course not.
Why not, Colin?
First of all, the house unbalanced.
Very good. Thank you. You not said nothing more. And I'm saying to you, math is real life. It's a got unbalance because just I'm a gene. You want to go hold a shrinate and you reach your gate and you have to run going out of the house. You have to stay at the door and jump right into the center of that house because anywhere you step, the house is going to tumble down with you. It is going to tumble down with you. So you have to make sure that the place is well balanced. Now, I know somebody who is from this particular parish in the class. I am not troubling you. You know I love you. I'm not troubling you. I love to go to Westmoreland and Negril. Love it. Because it's like faith. Every time I go down there, I see one house I move. Literally. a house is moving on a flatbed. They literally move the house. Now, when them putting on the house, at the next location, they have to make sure, say, at least the four corners are stable and you have some level of support on the inside, or else you're going to drop through the house. That's exactly what it is, 1/0 is just like that. So I can't build on top without having a firm foundation. And a 0 is not a firm foundation because it's too round. It's way too round, so therefore the house is going to topple over. Way too round.
Sir,
Mm-hmm.
they know some workman, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have no experience with school or maths whatsoever.
But no ramp with them,
Know them
though.
work good.
No ramp with them.
They know them work good.
Don't play with it. Matter of fact, you go to work, man. Me know some eagle and some domestic helpers who can't read and write. Try rub them tea and show them till much. Jesus love you.
Okay. This is one of the first thing them actually teach you at primary school when you start the function, that bigger numbers can't sit on 0. It just don't make no sense. Like 0 not strong enough. Like that.
And I want you to think of it like that. The 0 is not strong enough. It's too round. Think of you having a marble. Too round. It's a go rolly. All right. Now, look at this for me now. So yes, it is undefined. The correct terminology for it is that the function is undefined. Now look at that. Let me just say something more to you. What is a rational function? What is a rational function? You should learn this from Foundation 1. What is a rational function? A rational function is a... Give me another name for rational function.
Sir, I don't remember that, right?
All right, look on it something up front of. It says the rational functions.
Sir, I think of some polynomial function.
Look on it, man. Look on what I have on the board and tell me what it look like.
Reciprocal.
Me know what I say now. Me know what I say, but I want next word me I look for Francine. Come again, France. Diane, Danica, come, talk to me.
Algebraic fraction.
All right, take out the algebraic part and just say what?
Polynomial.
Fraction.
Fraction. Say fraction.
Fraction.
Good. Right. So want to talk about a rational function? It is a fraction I'm talking about. Rational comes from the word ratio. Look at rational on the screen. R-A-T-I-O. You see ratio in it, don't?
Yes, the first word, yes.
Yeah, man. All right. So you see, because Francine craving, me say crave me for class. So Francine bought one whole of pizza. And I said, John, no, Francine, beg a piece now? And she said, sir, or you can bake some. See one slice there. And she said, don't I eat the whole of the other slice. It means that I'm getting a fraction of what the whole pizza is. And Francine is eating the other fraction of the whole pizza. So when I speak of it's a ratio. So Francine gave me one slice and she had said it's a personal pan she bought and she had 3 slices for herself because the personal pan comes with 4 slices. It means the ratio of pizza for Mr. Shan to Francine is going to be a 1:3. Because Sir gets 1 portion and Francine had all of 3 portions.
how many portions in total? It's going to be the sum of Sir Shand and Francine. So it's going to be 4 pieces in total, and I'm sharing it in the ratio 1 to 3. All right? Okay. So what fraction of the pizza would Sir Shand have eaten? And I said, okay, he got 1 slice out of the total number of slices. So he would have gotten a quarter of the pizza. And then Francine would have had 3/4. That's a rational function. Because I'm talking about ratio 1 to 3, 1 to 4 is 1/3 or 1/4. So I can convert my ratio into a fraction. So once I talk about a rational function, I'm speaking about a function that is in the fractional form, simply with a numerator and a denominator. So Francine says an algebraic fraction. It doesn't have to be an algebraic fraction. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. Right? So when she says an algebraic function, she only half right, because I can give you 2/3. 2/3 is not an algebraic fraction. But if I give you x over 2, that's not an algebraic fraction. Or if I give you 5/x, it's not an algebraic fraction. Right? So it's algebraic once it is that I have a variable inside of it. It doesn't have to be x either. I could say 1/2p, 1/4r, 1/4q. Sorry, don't like what I saw. But as long as it has a variable inside of it, it makes it algebraic, right? So these ones on the board are algebraic. And maybe that's why Francine said that. All right? So look at what is happening here now. So if you look at my graph on board, you recognize that the point 0, I'm pointing to 0. You said at the point 0, it can't cross it because there's no 0 once it is that you're talking about a rational function. The denominator cannot be equal to 0. No. Let me say this very slowly. Because when I move to business calculus and we are looking at continuity, and the question says, find the value or values of x for which the function is discontinuous. It simply means that you're going to set your denominator equals to 0 because the denominator can be equal to 0. So you're trying to find those critical values that will make the function, the rational function, becomes undefined. So remember, when a 0 is in the denominator, the function is undefined. You can't work it nor twerk it. Can't happen. Look back at the graph. In the right corner. Now, Kareem claims to be one of them strong man, and me know what Colin look like. Me see him on campus already. So Colin claimed to be strong. Weak like feather, but him claimed to be strong. So watch this now. So Kareem hold the piece up here so. I remember it's a Kareem strong, you know. And Colin hold a piece down there so. And the two of them are draw it, you know. To see if it can cross in there so. All they draw them are dry can't work. Because in this region, there's a region inside here that becomes non-existent. You can't evaluate it. It becomes undefined. So this is, in this particular region, it don't work out. So the graph goes like that. This is the only place the graph is defined for the 1/x. Let me jump to the 1/x² and I'll show you something here. You notice here, these are the values for 1/x, but in the denominator, you have x to be squared. So if my x is squared, when I square a negative number, I get a positive number. So the graph of 1/x² is just going to be a positive graph. You see the graph of 1/x? When you have x values, the function becomes negative. But when, of course, when you have your positive values, it remains positive. In the graph of 1/x², the positive values still remain positive, but the negative values don't magically becomes positive. Why, sir? Because when I have -3 and I say -3 times -3, I'm going to get a +9.
So the graph of 1 over x squared is going to be this graph down the bottom left-hand corner, right here. So the one you see the thing here, the bottom left-hand corner, that graph is going to reflect in the x-axis and turn all the way up. So you see the pointer to so? I'm going to hold it and I'm going to drag it and carry it up here. So the graph will look something like so, up here. So let me check it. See? There are no negative values down here, so no. Absolutely no negative values. And look at the graph. Take a minute and look at the graph. All of you, take a minute and look at the graph. This is very important, guys. It's important for this course. It is important for other courses that you're going to be doing. Somebody saying something?
No, I'm just saying that I am paying attention to what is being
Plot
discussed.
these.
Yeah.
So you're just gonna plot them on the x and the y axis and just.
Sir, honestly, I don't know if you can go back over that for me, please.
All right. The only reason I'm going to do it is because I never say please. All right, let's go. Which one, the first one or the second one?
The second one.
Sir, quick question. This that we're doing is from Edicosoft, the practice.
Yeah, man. So I'm actually
Is which one, sir? The first one or the second one?
no, I'm actually using Edicosoft, you know. I'm teaching from Edicosoft tonight.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, so everything that you see being projected is from the platform.
Okay, sir.
All right, so let's go again. There's a Williams in this class, and it's a long time I don't see the Williams, you know. Not Williamson, but there's a Williams. All right, let's go. So what I'm saying to you is the graph of 1 over x, as we saw earlier, the graph of 1 over x, as we saw earlier, is a graph that is going to be in the bottom left-hand corner or the top right-hand corner, right? They alternate. But I'm saying to you, because the graph is going to be 1 over x squared, and that we're talking about x squared, it means that it's not going to have any negative values. So that's what I'm saying to you. Let us look at the screen. When x is -3, in the first example, you'd have had you would have seen it be -1/3 and -1/2 and -1. But in this here case, because the x values are squared, when I squared an x value, it becomes positive. Sir, how so? Because when I square an x value, it means that I'm multiplying. So x squared is me multiplying x by x. And if x is -2, I'm multiplying -2 by -2, and -2 times -2 is going to be +2. When I multiply two negative numbers, I get a positive number. Every single time. All right? So what I'm saying to you is, for the graph of 1 over x squared, you're not going to have, it's a positive graph. So you'll have negative values of x, you know. And I'm going to say, I'm going to speak the jargon because I want to get it. So when I speak of the input values, I'm talking about my x values. When I speak about my output values, I'm talking about my y values. All right? So my input values are going to be negative, but the output will always be positive because of the square term. All right? So that's why I have this graph this way. And guys, remember, all of what I'm projecting right here, you have access to it on the platform. Every single thing that I'm projecting right here, you have access to it. Same everything, down to the full stop will be the same thing. All right? So the graph of...
Yes, sir.
Yes,
so the input value is x, and the output value is y, and the output value is always positive. Because
for the
when
G
you
of X.
multiply, when you okay, all right.
Very good, excellent.
Excellent, excellent. Let me just give you some more information on that, because you would have seen this before. Independent variable and dependent variable, right? So my x values are my independent variables. They are independent, and my y values now become the dependent variable, because me can choose any x when me want to choose. Why I could sit down away from me till me choose my x. So when you choose my x go into the equation, and whatever come out, why I could hold that. So if me not put the x in there, why not have no talk? So x control y. So that's
Yeah,
why
because
x is go ahead.
because y is the output.
Absolutely. So guess what? So when you speak about independent and dependent variables, you can't miss that, you know. Why you can't miss it? Because x are independent. X work it on money. And when X reach home, Y can't say, why did you spend so much money? X says, I work my money.
Sir.
Not like the X at all.
No, but okay, yeah, see, you know, see, sir, say the X independable and the Y see.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but the X and Y.
Yeah, man, but I real talk, man. So X can go on, you know. And in a real life, it happens to you know, the X them just hide for you, you know, because the X them get all your money already, you know, and they must spend it all for you.
And wife have to sit down and
And you
wait.
have to sit down and wait for that and look for it and make up your face. Oh, yeah, man. Why have to wait? But X is my independent variable, and my Y values depend on the X. So if X decides, say, me go in there, so no, me come out. You think Y can say, come on, make up your mind up? He must sit down and wait. He not have no talk. So X is independent, Y is dependent. So I'm saying to you, my independent variable can be negative, but the dependent variable in the graph of 1 over x squared will always be positive. Why, sir? Because of the x squared. The square term is saying that I'm multiplying those two negative numbers, and when I multiply two negative numbers, I'll get a positive number. All right, let's move on. Hear me out, students. You have to catch this. For those of you in the class who are studying computer science, when you move to calculus 1, this is going to come back to haunt you when you're talking about your asymptotes.
Maths is a part of our life.
Say it again.
No, I'm saying maths is a part of our everyday life.
Every single day of life. And trust me, if I start telling stories about how functions relate to each other, you wouldn't understand. Anyhow,
I see that pan paycheck, you know, so I know.
I'm gonna tell Colin, make you forget $100,000. I said, Chuck Colin, I know maths, I'm gonna take off under the zero. Your ball blood in the bank.
Nobody enough to take off a
Matter
zero.
of fact, you're gonna lift up under the collar them out of the bank and fling off from me over the teller line. And tell me
Sir,
how much we thief, yeah.
sir, we work in a finance branch, you see?
Uh-huh.
And when the police them forget them like them overtime and
No ramp with them, you know.
when they go for what you call it sitting? When
Internet banking?
no man, like when they lose their interdiction.
Interdiction,
And
yeah,
like
them lose
them forget
25%.
them, yeah, and like them forget their money when them come back, them forget like a lump sum.
Mm-hmm.
And them come and them a query, oh, so much tax come out. And all of them, all if them couldn't do maths, them start it. Them start it.
And
You're that surprise.
And Tommy, you know what the funny thing about it? Them same pow-pows, I was going to call them police boy, but I may have a police in the class and I don't want to offend anybody. You may have one of those pow-pows. But see you out the road, you know. I want to say, see the girl, them and she did, and you don't have nothing to do with it. No, I'm serious. I have a student. You don't know which student it is. I can say to you. I had a student who works in an area where people walk up and down with guns.
Mm-hmm.
And the student works in payroll.
Yeah.
And some mistake took place, and the person called the student, my student, my good, bright student, out, and said, may I speak with Tamaya Tucker, please? And Tamaya come and said, hey, how are you? And draw one gun and put up her neck.
What?
All right. In the workplace.
Must joke, yeah, me.
Okay.
You know,
She
me
said,
hear about us want something like that already. Say police back going from people up a finance branch already.
Listen to me. The student, when it happened, the student took up the phone and called me. I said, what happened to you? The student said, sir, I can't talk. They had to send her home. Right? So I'm just saying this to say to you that, it is important for you to understand what it is that you're doing so that when the figures come at you, you can understand this. All right, look at this here now. You see the graph of y equals x? And I want you to remember this because the last topic that I'm going to be teaching you, you're going to hear me talk about the graph of y equals x. Even more so than the graph of y equals x to the fourth. X to the fourth and x to the fifth and x to the sixth and then something here will come in pre-calculus. All right? So I'm showing you the connections. So may I show you the connections in the coming now. Oh, you say now, learn it now. And when you go pre-calculus, I say, who taught you foundation 3? You're going to make mistake and say, Mr. Sean, I will deny that I know you. All right? So let's go. The graph of y equals, or f of x equals x. Remember, the graph of y is the same thing as the graph of f of x. So y is equals to f of x. All right? So the graph of f of x equals x is a straight line graph. It's a positive straight line graph. It starts from the bottom left straight up to the top right. And that's a positive slope. Think of you climbing a hill. Think of you driving to Otros Rios. Yeah, man. And you take that little slope there where them say, if you're driving on truck, you must use a low gear. Yeah, man. That's a positive slope. Why come, sir? Because you're going up. When you're coming back now from Otros Rios, back to Kingston, and you're descending the hill, that is now a negative line because you're coming down. And incidentally, the second to last topic in the foundation 3 is going to be looking at distant time graph, where they have a positive acceleration and a negative acceleration. A positive acceleration and a negative acceleration. You going up to block A up to the top floor at Excel. And on the ground floor, you have to climb 2 flights of stairs. The first flight of stairs you climb is a positive slope. Why, sir? Because you're going up. You're starting from the bottom up to the top. Then, sir, suppose I drop my pencil down at the bottom of the steps, sir, I have to go back for it. It means now that we have a negative slope because you're going down. So think of it. Going up is positive. Going down is negative. All right? Let me trouble those of you who live in Portmore. And I love my Portmore people. Sometimes I wonder how those guys get these wonderful, pretty house out of a little something. And guess what? They have 2-story now, upstairs and downstairs. Now, in the first instance, they don't have enough space on the ground floor to get a long landing for the stairs. So it's one of 2 things that they will have to do. Either put in a spiral staircase, or the staircase will have to be very sharp. It means that every time you go up and down the stairs, it's going to hurt your back because you're actually climbing something that is almost vertical. And if it is vertical, it is undefined. So the word undefined comes back in place. So somebody said earlier that, sir, so mathematics are real life. It is. It is. And everything that we do in this foundation concept 3, you can see some real life applications to the mathematics. So the line y equals x is just a straight line graph. Watch it. I won't go through all of that because I'm giving you all of the little chit chat. See? Start from bottom all the way up. Sir, does it have to pass through the center 0? No, it depends. Because if I give you the line x plus 1, it is not going to pass through 0, 0. All right? It's going to be translated somewhat. But nonetheless, it's a graph containing just x. All right? Now, look at it again. That's my positive slope. because I'm starting from bottom to top. I'm starting from bottom to top. So it's a positive slope. All right? Now, look at the x squared graph. This is a graph that all of us use when we were in little school. Every one of us, whether or not you pass the CXC maths, all of us learn about that. Look how the graph plots. You see it? In this particular case, it's a graph of y equals x squared. So the vertex is a turning point, as I told you, for those of you who are coming for the first time. The vertex is the turning point. The vertex is the turning point. The turning point is when it is that you would have changed direction from one thing to the next. You change direction from one to the next. So let me see now. So Rashid is swear that him can drive. Him swear him can drive, but clearly him don't meet me yet. So Rashid go down to Portland. And I remember saying left something at Kingston. And said, blow, and try to turn the car around. He said, sir, the way my skills, sir, I not even stop the car, the way my skills, sir, I just fling the car around in the middle of the road and just go back in the opposite direction. And I'm saying to Rashidi, it no matter how good a driver you be, the car came to a halt at some point in time. So the vertex is really the turning point. And when you move to business calculus, we call the turning point vertex anymore now, because that is little school something. So for little school, we can call it vertex. But when you move on from little school to big school, we can talk about stationary point, turning point, critical point, right? So we have those synonymous names: turning point, critical point, stationary point. All I mean the same thing as vertex, right? It's just a maximum point or the minimum point for any function. So that's the graph of y equals x squared. The graph of y equals x squared look like so? No.
What's the name of the vertex? Is it name stationary?
Stationary point or critical point or turning point. That's when you reach big school. All right? Now, watch what is happening now. If the graph is negative, it's going to look like a N. Anybody remember last week? N
Yes, sir.
for
I
negative.
remember it quite well.
So if the graph is negative, it is going to look like an N. And if it is positive, it looks like a U. So this graph, because it looks like a U, it means that this graph is positive. Because the graph is a U, it makes the graph positive. The graph is an N, it makes the graph negative. Graph is an N, it makes the graph negative. Graph is a U, the graph is positive. All right. Let's go to this one. This one I called my sexograph. I call this graph the sexograph. And you will see why I call her the sexograph. Watch it. Look how the graph looks. Look at how it plots. You see? So she start up here, so, and she come all the way down, and then now she want to turn around, But she said, show you again, just a nice flashy something. She flashed the ear and she flashed the shoulder, and she come back around this way, right? So right inside of here, so, is where this graph shows its sexiness. But sir, what's the difference between this graph of y equals x squared and the graph y equals x cubed? Outside of the fact that one is sexier than the other. And incidentally, please do not go in the exam and say that the x cubed graph is a sexy graph. I will deny that I told you about it, right? But look at what is happening. And it comes back to the very point I was making. And I want you to look closely to the screen, to the monitor, to see if you can see the point that I'm making right here. Watch me. The graph of x squared. The graph of x squared. I wonder if let me try something, guys. I don't know if it's gonna work. But let me try something. Give me half a second. I'm right here. I'm gonna try something. If it works, I'll be happy. Plug in my drawing target to see if I can draw something on this graph to highlight a point. Oh no, it failed. No, it's just moving on the thing that is not writing. Ouch. All right, let me try. Let me try Microsoft Word document and see.
Sir, I'm writing. I see a blue something on the monitor.
Yes,
Yes,
I
sir.
am.
Like it's trying, you're forcing the screen to share.
Yeah,
Oh.
I am doing something to the screen. So forgive me, please. All right. So I'm sharing something in Microsoft Word here to see if I can bring across my point. And I want you to bear with me. What I really want you guys to understand is you would have gone through the lesson already, and I want you to understand what it is that you read. This is it. Oh, come on. What did I communicate to play it? Sure. Can't read that to me now, guys. All right, let's go. So I have my graph. I have my graph. And this is a graph of that's a graph of x squared, which is equal to f of x. So that's a graph of x squared. Are you seeing? Can you see properly? Let me know.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
So remember, I said to you, it is the x squared value. Let me put that in blue. The x squared value will always be positive. Always positive. Why, sir? Because when I get a negative value and I square it, I get a positive value, which is why on the graph here, f of x is on the positive side of the graph. This is a positive side of the graph, and down here is a negative side of the graph. So that's why you have the x squared graph sitting up top. Because, yes, please.
You say it always positive because once you squared,
Negative. Very good.
Right. No, me I make jottings, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, man. So once you square it, you'll get that. Tell me if it's clear now. Talk to me now. You get it? Let me hear what you scribble down.
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right, cool.
So what I wrote down is that the x value is always positive, and once it is squared, it becomes positive.
So if the x value is negative, once you square it, it becomes positive.
Oh, all right.
So if that's why I asked you to reread the stuff. So if the x value is negative, yeah, no problem. If the x value is negative, once you square it, it becomes positive. But watch this story. Listen to this story now, guys. Listen to this story. Listen to this story. Don't move. Listen to the story. Listen to the story. See here? You see, when I move to the sexy graph, which is a graph of x cubed is the same thing as x multiplied by x multiplied by another x. X cubed is a graph, is a function x multiplied by x multiplied by x. So if x is a negative value, work with me. And this is also negative. And this is negative. When I multiply two negative numbers, what do I get?
Positive.
Very good. So this now becomes a positive number. And when I multiply a positive number with a negative number, what do I get?
Negative.
Get a negative.
Very good, I get a negative. So the graph of x cubed will have negative values. Why, sir? Because I am multiplying the negative values by itself 3 times. And once I multiply a negative value to an odd power, the answer is going to be negative. So the first negative value multiplied by the second negative value will give me a positive value. But that positive value now multiplied by a negative value is going to give me a negative value. Watch me. You see them piece here up here, so that I'm shading black? You see, because they're going to turn negative, that's why the graph switch now and come down here, so. So this is why I like about the x cubed graph. So this is graph of y of f of x equals x cubed. I'll go back to the stuff where you can see it more neatly. I just want to show you what is happening here. So you see this piece here that I'm going to put in red? You see this piece here, so? It is reflected down here, so. So it is a reflection. R-E-F. So it's a reflection of that graph down here. So the graph of y, the point I'm trying to make is the graph of y equals x cubed is a similar graph to the graph of y equals x squared. Watch me. You notice that everything up the side here remains the same for the x squared part of the graph and the x cubed part of the something, meaning that it is positive. Positive, can't change. I don't like how this thing might be. Erase it. All right, it is positive. Positive, right? Positive. Okay, so what I'm saying to you is that my x squared, my x cubed graph is going to move in a direction such as this. My x cubed graph is going to move in a direction like this. It's going to come so, and it should turn, and should come all the way down like that. That's the x cubed graph. Sir, will we do work with a lot of x cubed graphs in this course? Maybe not.
Sir.
Yes, please.
All right. So it's like we have the sexy graph, this one now. Sir, suppose it can shift to the left or the right, and it can shift, don't it?
Which left, which right? The left over here, so?
Yeah, and then I can shift go over the other side too.
The sexy graph will never come over the side here. Unless.
Yeah, that may ask if it shift.
Like inverse.
Okay.
All right, so very good question. Unless it is negative. Let me show you something else, another trick that I want you guys to see. I really want you to see all of what is happening here. So I'm going to put my graph of my positive graph. This is my graph of x squared. Now, when the coefficient of this becomes negative, you see all of these values over here, sir? All of these values is going to shift and come down. The graph will bend. I don't have an animation thing to show you, but all of that will come that side, and it's still going to sit down right here, say no. But the graph will bend and come down so. So remember, sir told you last class, N-E-G-A-T-I-V-E. So when the graph look like the one in blue is a negative graph. Sir, how you know it look like one N? Sir, how negative spell? N-E-G-A-T-I-V-E. So N for N. The N graph is negative. That means the other graph is supposed to be positive, which is a U graph. So up top is y equals x squared. Down the bottom here is y equals negative x squared. So this is f of x equals negative x squared. And up here, so going to be f of x is equals to positive x squared. And if you look at the graph, you can see that one is a reflection of the other. One is a reflection of the other.
Sir,
All right? Won't move it. Won't move it. You know,
So that is a symmetric.
well, you start use big word for me can't even spell symmetry. But yes, Burkos. Right. Symmetric in that if there's a line of symmetry, not symmetry. Symmetry is where dead people go. Symmetry. It shows that one half of the graph is exactly the same as the other half of the graph. So yes. This is a symmetric graph, and that line that you're looking at could be my line of symmetry. Let me know when I can move, please, Kareem. Raise Rami, not here today.
Yeah, sir. But you can move it now. You can change it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, man, no problem. All right, so let's go. Let's go.
Very just start.
Yes, sir. I mean, just start from, say.
But that homework, I'm really never realize.
What am I? Oh, I need to stop share. Oh Lord, I just had a blank moment a while ago. Forgive me. I need to stop share and then reshare.
So you're going to extend the time for the homework, or we must go on over there, go do it?
Yeah, man. Hold on. Let me just finish off this first, and then we'll talk about that. This will come. All right. So this is a graph of y equals x squared. All right. Now there's another question that was asked. Sir, what if you get a graph of y equals negative x squared? You see, the graph of y equals x squared, positive x squared. You notice the line y equals x start from down here so, and go up here. So when you look at this diagonal, it is a positive diagonal. Any graph that goes in the opposite diagonal is going to be negative. This diagonal from bottom to top is positive. From top to bottom will be negative. And think about it. From bottom to top has to be positive because you're starting out with little bit and you work yourself till you reach the top. So that's a positive growth. Your parents leave riches for you and you squander it out until you reach the bottom. So that is a negative move. So I mean, you can use a lot of real life activities to really understand and appreciate and make the mathematics become a little bit more useful to you. All right? So bottom to top. You start from a little bit and you reach up to where you're supposed to reach. Now you make it in life. That's positive. But you're up on top now and then you slide all the way down to the bottom. It's like a negative growth. All right? Okay. And then now, interesting. If the graph of y equals x squared, if the graph of y equals x squared, looks like that. How do you think the graph of y equals x to the fourth will look? Anything similar to that?
Should be even sexier.
All right, let us check.
Yeah, it would be the opposite.
All right, let us check to see what it is. Oh, does this ring a bell? Did I do anything
Almost
like this?
kiss.
Very good, kiss where? So the f of x axis or the y axis. Hello? Somebody? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
The y axis.
Right. You see that? You see it almost kisses the f of x axis or the y axis?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
I mean, Paulian.
Right? What?
Yeah, the last 2 food for we. Inside.
Let us check to see what the graph of x to the fifth will look like. Oh, so this is a sexy graph to sir. But it's not only sexy, it is sexy and hugging up the y-axis even closer.
It's
Talk
sexy
truth.
little bit,
Sir.
sir.
Yeah. Sexy little bit, yeah. Yeah, man, I hear a sir about it. Tell me what it is that you're observing. And let me see if the rest of you are observing the same thing. Somebody said, sir, talk to
The
me.
more,
Me.
what we call it, the more,
The higher?
The
the
higher you
higher,
go, the
right, the more it hugs the y-axis.
Very good. That's one good observation. But how do I know if I'm going to get a graph that looks like a U or a sexy graph? That's the question I want to ask.
Sir, doesn't that
Sir, the U would be if it number negative, sir.
The U would be the number negative. Think about that, Rashidi. The U would be where? The U versus
No,
the
sir,
sexy
sorry,
graph.
you got it on top, and N would be negative, sir. Sorry about
Right. The N, very good, Rashidi. The N will be negative. Very good. The N will be negative and the U will be on top. But what I'm asking now, we have the graph of y equals x. That is a special graph. We look at x squared, x to the third, x to the fourth, x to the fifth. Having done those four graphs, not the first one because the first one is a special case. Having done those four graphs, tell me what similarities you remember seeing with the x squared graph to the x cubed graph and the x to the fourth and the x to the fifth. Which two graphs look similar? Which two graphs don't look similar? What are you seeing? That's the graph of x to the fifth. The graph of x to the fourth looks like that.
Sir, the one f of x equal 3 and the f of x equal 5 is the same. Not necessarily the same, but related
Same
in a
shape.
sense.
Same shape.
Basically.
Sir, same shape.
Same shape. But the
Which
higher you
one,
go
sir?
with the
The
power.
3?
The 3 is the same shape. So the 3, this is the 3 one, you know. The
Okay.
x cube. So the x cube is going to be the same shape. Remember, this is the sexy graph, you know. So the x cube is going to be the same shape as the x to the fifth graph. Talk through. Look at it and tell me.
Mainly because each of them has a positive and a negative value.
Mm-hmm.
Even the odd power.
Very
but because
good.
it grows.
No, hold on. No, man, hold on.
The
Hold
even
on.
and the odd powers.
Yeah, man, me can't make sneak observation just go by the wayside. So no, man, say it one more time.
Ha. Sir, my name make me feel too bright, you know.
No, man, but you have to big you up and you're ready to get big up. I'm ready for cuss you up, never cuss you out too. So big up yourself. Big up yourself, man. Say it one more time, Sam.
The even and the odd powers are different. The even powers look similar.
Right. So the even powered graphs will all look similar, except that as you go up, the graph is gonna hug the y-axis.
Oh, and I said that before to some double bright this evening.
The same way, so it must eat the same lunch you eat today, the rest of the days of the week here.
Okay.
And the odd power graphs will all look similar because the x to the third graph looks similar to x to the fifth graph, you know. But guess what? As you go up in the powers, it still hugs the graph, the y-axis. So the graph still hugs the y-axis as the power increases. But the even power look like one U and the odd power looks like the sex graph, curvulous. And yes, somebody said it. Sir, it looks like that, sir, because you have to have the bottom piece because you have the negative aspect to it. And the negative portion to the graph is where the graph can't take the negative value because when I multiply a negative value, like -2 times -2 gives me a +2, and that +2 now times a -2 will give me a negative number. Hold on one second, please, guys. All right, sorry, team member just got to get some clarification on the matter. All right, so, haha, what I want to find out from you now is, and I feel like I want to be troublesome in class tonight. Latoya, shall you unmute your mic? Thank you. Latoya, unmute for me, please. Quickly. No, Talia, unmute for me, please. Stone, nobody in the class. Joel, unmute for me, please.
Sir, did you say my name?
Yes, ma'am. Talia, I want to unmute.
Oh, sir, I'm on mute now.
All right, good. Talia, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to see if you're really following what is happening. Let me just say something before, guys. I did say if you're moving away, so let me know, because if at any point in time I can call upon you. If I call upon you and you're not there,
so it's like noise in your background.
my background. Nobody say something. Alexis, say something. Unmute and answer, and let me know that your background is noisy, or if you can move and go somewhere else, go lock it in the bathroom. Always a solace, please. Lock it in the bathroom, right? But I'm saying this because I'm giving people ample warning. There's going to come a time when I'll call your name and call your name just once, and you don't respond to me, I'm going to put you in the waiting room, because I know what some students do. They sit and they say, you can go and call my name, I'm not paying you no mind. That does not tell me whether or not you're understanding. So since you're not in a class, I'll have you sit in the waiting room. I'm giving you, I told you about it last week. Let us see what will happen. Okay, Talia, this one is yours. If I ask you to sketch the graph of y equals x to the 10th power, what shape will the graph be?
Sir, I don't think it would look presentable, sir. Cause so what I mean is, because if x to the 5th power is like this, with each up like this, sir, there would be no lines there. It would just be the dots alone, sir.
Yeah, but tell me
Like
what shape.
to the
But
center.
fair enough, I hear you and I know what you're talking about, but tell me what shape that will look like. It is a
Sir, I can help her.
Please do.
Sir, it gonna look like an S or a S.
No, sir, it would have been
No,
like
it's
a
going to
U,
be
sir,
one of
because
the
it's positive.
vertex, the turning point. Where do you call it?
It would have looked like which one? The x squared or the x cubed?
It would have looked
The
like
X
the
square.
X
Square,
cube,
sure.
the X square, not the X2, because it's a
Why?
odd number.
Sir, the
Because
X
that what?
cube.
No, sir. You see, because it's 10.
Yeah, but you said 10 is an odd number a while ago,
No,
That's
I did not say. No, sir. I mix no. Because 10 is not an odd number.
Correct. No, you're not correct.
Yeah. So it won't look like the sexy one that you're talking about.
Very good.
It more
So it will
look
look
like
like
the X square.
Very good. So this is where I want to get you now, guys. So we're going to be using our squared, x squared, and our x cubed as our base graphs, right? So the graph of y equals x to the 10 will resemble the graph of y equals x squared. Very good. So that's where I want the conversation to go. Excellent, all of you. Kalia, you see what is happening now?
Yes, sir.
And I understand where you're coming from, because what you're saying to me is that, boy, sir, the way the x to the 10 go up the y-axis, sir, you're not going to see nothing. That is true, Yeah, but you see, because you're not going to see nothing, I want to make a comparison now to say, okay, This is what is going to happen. It's going to hug the y-axis, but it will have the shape of the graph, y equals x squared. Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
And so it even know say you lock up on a
So,
eat
sir,
also.
what you're saying is, if it's an even number, it's going to have the U shape.
Very good.
Okay, and so I add it, then have the sexy S looking shape.
Same way, sir. Hanson, unmute for me, please, on. Yeah. You see, when you come to class and through your name of your sushi, you're not payment, you're not talking in class tonight, or what going?
Sure, I mean a lot of pain.
Oh no, all right, me not go bother you then. All right, Osh. Osh. No,
One more
no.
question.
Okay, go ahead, Berkeley.
I remember I'm start late. Okay,
Yeah.
so if it's a odd number, it is going to have the S looking shape, and the higher the power
No,
is
hold on,
the
Berkeley. No, Berkeley, hold on. So you jump me go. Me soon answer that one, Berkeley. Because I was just about, Berkeley, to ask Deshaun to unmute. And the same thing you're asking is what I'm going to ask Deshaun. So we soon come to you, Berkeley. Deshaun.
I guess you will answer my question then.
Yeah, man, I will answer your question, man. Deshaun.
Sir.
Yeah, man, how you do?
All right, sir.
All right. This one is yours. You don't need to well, this one is yours, Deshaun. If I were to plot the graph of y equals x to the 13th, how can you describe it?
So to the S shape, like x cube.
Very good. But, and, therefore, so, hence, tell me, you're correct so far now. There's another piece to it though. Tell me what will happen. Remember what Kalia just said a while ago? It is going to hug where?
Y-axis.
Very good. Excellent. Berkos.
Sir, I'm get
very
it.
good. Excellent. So the same question you're asking me is the same question I wanted to ask Deshaun.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay. Are there any questions? Are there any questions relating to what it is that I just showed?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Tommy.
The higher the number in the, what you call the
power or the exponent.
The exponent. The higher the number goes, the more it hugs the y-axis.
Very good.
Okay.
Very good. Any other question? Yes, Vani.
I don't fully understand it, so honestly.
Fair enough. No problem, man. Tell me, Vanessa, where it is, and if you ever tell me everything, me
but like log on like 20 minutes ago, sir.
What am I supposed to do with you? Check out the lunch money for next week.
Sir, no problem. Honestly, no problem.
Yeah. All right. All right. I'm coming to you, Vanessa. Somebody is saying something else?
Yes, sir. Answer, Gray.
Well, answer me. I'm not for your phone, you know. We're going to take 2 tablets.
No, I can say that. I take 2 tablets already.
Okay. All right. Talk to me now, Hanson. Yes.
What I want to know, for it to lower the axis, it lower the axis, it move away from it, lower the axis, what if the axis is low?
When you say axis, what do you mean now?
Axis are the power.
The power.
Sorry, the power.
Yeah, the power. Good. All right. Me said I didn't know what she talked about, but we want her to get the right things. Thanks, Berkos. Yeah, the power. So when I lower the power, where is about when I lower the power?
It's become wide or become closer.
No man, to go get wide.
Okay.
Yeah, man. It's going to get wide. It's going to move away from the y-axis.
Okay.
It's going to move away from the y-axis. Now, let me tell you why it is. Vanessa, I hear your point, and I'm coming back to you. Let me tell you why I am doing this. Let me go to new share. Let me tell you why I'm doing this, guys. I'm doing this because
If they use the calculator too, it will show them the graph calculator.
Yeah, right. The graphing calculator
How
that
it
we
look.
right, the graphing calculator that we did, right, Perry? That's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, very good. I should have said that earlier. The graphing calculator that I showed the Desmos, if you put the graphs in it, you'll see exactly what is also happening. All right, Vanessa and the rest of you. I'm going to show you something. Let me just get my thoughts where I really want it to be. Okay. I'm going to show you something, Van. All right. All right. So all of you look at this. Right. 5x squared plus 2x minus 7 in the form a open bracket x plus h all squared plus k. That's my question. Write 5x squared plus 2x minus 7 in the form a open bracket x plus h all squared plus k. I'm looking. Is the coefficient of x squared 1? Yes or no?
No.
No, it's not.
No, sir.
So I must make it 1. So what I'm doing now, class, I am pulling the two things that I did in class today, I'm pulling them together. The two things that I did in class today, I'm pulling the pair of them together in order to arrive at what it is that I want to do. Vanny, put down the pencil and look. Don't try to write anything here, so look. Listen to me now. Many make me have to drop this up and start scanking on. Turn off that or turn it down. Thank you, please, miss. All right, watch this now. It is not 1. I need to make it 1. It is not 1. I need to make it 1. So I'm going to say 5x squared plus 2x minus 7. Making it 1, I'm going to say 5, open bracket, x squared plus 2 over 5x, close bracket, minus 7. Now remember, any number that you factor out is going to be the number that is going to be under the second term.
Yes.
Right.
Remember
Very
that
good.
something there.
Very good, very good, very good. Nice. Is the coefficient of x squared now 1? Say yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, but I say yes.
So if you tell me say yes so quick,
Sir, yes, he
wait
said
till you
something
say
about
yes.
half. What did he say about half?
I don't know when you don't have a coefficient.
Yeah, but me not reach a half part yet, because I have to first make sure say the coefficient of x squared is 1. So now that we see that the coefficient of x squared is 1, we're going to do the something. So look at the something now. So now that the coefficient of x squared is 1, I am going to find half the coefficient of x, and the coefficient of x is 2 over 5. And that could be 2 times 1 or 2, 2 times 5 or 10. Now, Bert did something in the very first class and should never break it down. And I said, no, Berkus, you have to break it down because you always work in its lowest term. It makes life so much easier. So watch this now. 2 into itself goes 1 time,
1,
and 2 into 10 goes 5
2,
times.
5 times.
Right, so we have 1 over 5. And then now I'm going to square it. So we're finding half the coefficient of x and then square it. And when we square it, I'm going to put this as 1 over 25. This now becomes my last term. Very good. I love it when my students learn. Watch me now. So the last term going to be right in here, say, you put it in first,
You take it out after. Good. So this is going to be 5 into x squared plus 2 over 5x. Put it in first. Plus 1 over 25 minus 7. Take it out after. Minus 1 over 25. But guess what? This 1 over 25 is going to be affected by this 5. So I have to multiply this one by 5. So any number that we take out, we have to go multiply by the last number out of the backward here. So, all right, just remember that. 5 into itself goes one time, and 5 into...
Go again, sir, with the take out and put in and take out. What that go?
So you put it in first.
So you put it in with a plus.
Right, and then you take it out after. So the plus must come before the minus. So you put it in first, and then you take it out after. It must go in first. It must go in first before you can take it out. Watch this. You see that 5 here? At the same 5 will come right under your so, and at the same 5 we're going to use to multiply outside your so. Any number will out there so. And could be it. You see the same 5 right here so, or the same 5 will come on the right here so. Then, sir, what if it was 3? Yeah, man, that's the point I'm making. If a 3 are the same thing, you're going to put a 3 there. Any number where it factor out there so, it's going to be the same number that is there. And you always remember, you put it in first, and then you take it out after. You always
Sir,
put it.
question.
Yes, mm-hmm.
What if the question is like, write x squared plus 5 times minus 7? I don't know. I don't know if a question can be like that. So what would we put outside and what would we put under the bottom one?
Say it again. Is the question asked me the what? Right,
Like,
Kazo?
all right. So like how the question says, write 5x squared. What if it was write x squared plus 2 and there's no number in front of the x squared?
Excuse me? There's no number in front of the x squared? Is there a number in front of the x squared, guys? Help her.
Yes, sir. 1.
There's a 1. You hear, Vanessa? There's a 1. Yeah. So we don't say there's no number. And this is when you go on editor. When you go on editor, you see that a is not equals to 0. Because if a is equals to 0, it means that you don't have any number there. And it means that you no longer have a quadratic. You now have a linear equation, which is a straight line graph. Right? That the graph of y equals f of x equals x.
Sir, I feel like she's talking about the other completing the square where you have, like, you probably have x squared plus 3x. And you must still complete the square.
No, man, we should talk about, is this. We should not see a number in front right here. So don't it, Vanessa? That's what you're talking about?
Yes, if I would replace it for a 1.
Right. But I'm saying to you that there is a magical 1 that is in front of it every time. If you're not seeing a number, there's a magical 1 that is there. And guess what? We're not have to factor out nothing. You know why? Because that's what we want. We want the coefficient of x squared to be 1. That's what we want, We want it to be 1. So if it is already 1, Vanessa, hooray.
Oh.
If it is not 1, it's a Truman, then give me an extra line to go do. Because yeah. So that's the point. All right, let's move on. All right. All right, so now, this is over 1, and the LCM is now 5. 1 into 5 goes 5 times, and 5 times -7 is -35. 5 into 7 goes 1, and 1 times -1 is -1. So I'm going to end up with -36 over 5. That now becomes my y value. So what I now have is 5, open bracket, x plus, remember, any number that is right in front of the second term is the same number that is right here. So if so many little secrets are shown now, you see how much little secrets are shown with the question? Minus 36 over 5. So my vertex is going to be, I'm going to let x plus 1/5 equals 0.
Mr. Sir,
Yes, please.
when you finish writing, sir, you can like share the screen because there's something coming up on it and I'd like to take a picture of it.
Okay. No problemo, Madam Chief, no problemo. All right, so I just got rid of that thing for you. So therefore, this is going to be equal to negative 1/5. So my vertex is going to be negative 1/5, comma, negative 36/5. And the activity that I want you to do is to, each of you now will go ahead and use Desmos graph. Each of you will go ahead. And I'm just making it a little smaller so at least you can take the shot of it. I want each of you to go to Desmos graph. Put in the function 5x squared plus 2x minus 7 and tell me what vertex you're seeing here.
Repeat that, sir. Please.
I want you to use Desmos graphs, the same platform from last class, to plot the graph up top and see if we end up with the same vertex as we just calculated it a while ago. And if you weren't here, we went to the Play Store last week and downloaded Desmos, D-E-S-M-O-S, Desmos graph.
Sir.
Yes,
Sir,
please.
So we're going to plot, sir, the 5x squared plus the 2x minus 7?
Yeah.
Sir, it's tight.
All right.
It tight?
Yes, sir.
All right, do me a favor now. Pan it out a little bit and see if you can get it a little loose.
Sir, oh my God. Sir, oh my God. 5x squared plus 2x.
Hold on there.
So the U shape, but it's tight, as I said. So why it's tight? Because and it's 5 square. 5x squared.
Remember, the higher the value, the coefficient of x is the closer it gets to the y-axis. And believe it or not, 5 is a high value.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
And it's also an even number.
No. Yeah, it's an even number up top. Yeah, it's an even number. The square is an even number. That's why it's a U. Yeah, man. Very good. So you see what it is that I'm doing now, guys? I'm showing you some tricks and trades. You know, so any graph at all you get, x to the 7th is a sexy graph. It will look like an S graph. Because why, sir? The power is odd. X to the 20 says it look like a U. It hugs the y-axis. How you know it's a U? It looks like x squared.
It's evil.
Because it's even.
Even.
So you all know what all of that is now. So have you, all right, let me unshare my screen and have somebody, can somebody share the screen and let us look at Desmos, please?
I'm using my phone.
You're using the phone?
Yeah.
Where's Romain? Romain don't come to class tonight.
Sir, I'm not seeing, sir. So I'm going to share my screen.
All right, thank you, Papa. Let me just unshare. Stop share. All right, thanks, Rashidi. Romain, can't call my class, man. All right, thank you. So go ahead and put it in now for me, Papa. You have to put in the X first, Rashidi. Backspace and the X, right? Backspace, backspace, backspace again. And again, good. Go back again, good. X, and then the square, very nice.
All right. Minimize it. Very good. Over the other side. Not there. Right. Good job. Pan up now. Let me see something. Other way. Other way. Other way. I need to see the vertex. Right. All right. Good. Do me a favor now. Not pinch, but expand the graph. Go to your keyboard and expand it out, so at least you can get a little bigger.
Go to the way, sir?
No,
You can use plus and minus sign over to the right.
All right, use the plus or minus sign over there. I was a screen shortcut. Use the plus or minus sign to the right. Plus it. Plus it again. All right. Scroll up now so you can see the vertex properly. So that's what I was saying to you, Bert. Shuni? All right, do me a favor now. Click on the right. So even though, so you can actually expand it. So click, very good. No, but go down again now, Rashid, all the way down to the bottom of it. No, right, so, Rashid, no, I need to see the turning point, right. Good, stop right there. Click on the, where it turns, at the very bottom part of it. Yeah, right, no, come down a little bit. All right, click on it now and tell me what values getting. Come over a little bit more to the right. Next side. Right. All right. So what he's getting is negative 0.2 and comma negative 7.2. What did we get? Negative 36 over 5. What is 36 over 5?
Kareem, come here. What in our box?
Kareem.
Let me see.
Sir, 7.2, sir.
So click on it again, Rashidi. So you see get the negative 7.2. And what is, oh goodness, what was the other one again? 1 over 5? 1 divided by 5 is how much? 0.2, don't.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. Yes. And remember, it's a negative 1 over 5 and a negative 36 over 5, over 6, over 5. Over 5. All right. So you see that the negative 0.2 and the negative 7.2 are the exact values that we would have found just now. Talk to me now.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So those are they. So you see, look at what happened. Look at what has happened. We move from foundation 1, foundation 2, now to foundation 3, where it is that we are.
So you're going up.
Going up where? Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're going up in the ladder, yeah, man. So you know what foundation 3, got you. But the point I'm making though is, where in foundation 1 you used to just plot the graph, and foundation 2 you just plot the graph, and the graph never have any significance to you. Now it is that the graph, at least one section of the graph has a significant value to you now, and we name that part of the graph the vertex. And the vertex is going to be, as Rashidi has it there, is that point where his point is at just now, where the graph is at its lowest point, lowest point on the graph paper, right? And it is corresponding to negative 0.2, comma, negative 7 over 2. And when we look at our stuff, we recognize the negative 0.2 and negative 7 over 2. We just get it in fractional form as negative 1/5 and negative 36 over 2 over 5. Which works out to be the exact thing. So we know our calculation is correct. We don't have to ask nobody. We know so our calculation is correct. All right. So those are the two things that I wanted to bring together to you tonight. The two things that I wanted to bring together to you tonight. One, we're completing the squares, and then two, having completed the squares, we are now completing the squares into a sketch of a graph. All right. When you're sketching the graph, however, you won't be able to sketch the graph using the tool where it shows that it hugs the y-axis, as Shini was saying, right? So Burke says, sir, yeah, man, it looked like when you in a circle, right, of the shape of the expert graph, but the only difference, sir, I want to kiss the y-axis, yeah. When you plot in your graph, you're not going to plot it, make it kiss the y-axis, so. right? When you do it on paper. However, when you're doing it on a computer, on the other hand, you have to go now and draw down to represent the value of A, which is how closely the graph hugs the y-axis. It's very important. How
Sir.
closely.
So, sir, hold on, because maybe me not know where my head gone just now. But you say when we were doing the foundational one, right? That we didn't have to do anything with the graph, but now we just plot it. But now that we have the vertex, what is it that we're going to do now with it? Because me totally lost from this one. Remember when you said that?
I remember. Yeah. What I'm saying to you is that the point I'm making is, when you grow up, you always see your mother broke the coconut and give the coconut in one basin with a grater for sit down and grate it. It was the worst thing for me on a Sunday. I may always try to farm sleep, so I not have to do it. Trust me, as long as it take me to wake up, the coconut was meant to grate. I may ever cut off my finger.
Here, Jordan.
Right? Yeah, trust me.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir.
I'm hearing you.
Why on my Desmos graph, like everything is on the axes, like they're on the y-axis, like go all the way up. And the same equation I'm typing.
Yeah, man. No, it's because he zoomed the graph. That's why it looks different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. Let us say something. Tomoyo, this is you.
Yes, sir.
So when you grow up, your mother broke the coconut, and if she no want if you're too young, she may ox the coconut and drop the coconut in one pan and say, "Greater that. That is the rice and peas something. Greater it." All right. No, good girl. Tell me if you know what greater look like now.
So I still use it. It's still use it.
No, man. You have used greater,
options though.
Absolutely, that's the point I'm making. Yeah, man. Come here, I want to, the one with the sweet potato put near them, have to drive sit down and grate the sweet potato jar. But yeah, man, it have it used to, And when light gone, it is we call light gone, you're gonna say now eat no rice and peas, you better drop you better drop your grater. That's the point I'm making. So, because when we are growing up, we may not have had, they call it blenders. We were going to go and cut up. And trust me, I used to say to my mother, why you are cut up the coconut so fine? If you have a blender, the blender is supposed to do all the work. Let us just chop the coconut and make the blender do the work. No, they mash up the blender. So you have to sit down and cut. So you move from grating to rub off your big finger to now cutting to cut out the middle part of your finger, your thumb. Right? So, but the point though is, right about now, you can have your grater that still look new. Grater still look new because you have blender where you can just chop up to something and just blend out to something and you're good to go. The point is, when you are doing foundation concept 1, you had just one thing to rely on. What is that one thing, sir? Plot the graph. It never have no significance to you at all. Now that you reach foundation concept 3, you recognize and say, whoa, say, and talk through. Sometimes you sketching a graph in foundation 1, foundation 2, and so the graph supposed, but you just never have no care for that. Some people draw this up like on V, or flatten it, and or do some weird something to it. No, you know that it can't work because it has a specific shape, and guess what? The graph sits on a specific number. Every single one of them graph here sit on a specific number. So what's the point? The point is now that we have the blender, we appreciate even more the benefit of nowadays living. And that's what killing myself too, because when you come home from work, you don't have to go put on something, one Dutch pot or one frying pot, to warm up your food. No, you toss it into a microwave. You toss it into a microwave. Hold on 1 minute, please. Yeah, man. So what I'm saying to you is we have the convenience now of microwave, we have the convenience of a refrigerator, and we know the purpose of the refrigerator, we know the nuances of the refrigerator too. This is exactly what is happening to our graph. And funny enough, I'm gonna show you something that you may not need it right now, but don't move anything yet, Papa. Rashidi, look to see where the graph cuts the y-axis. Put it where it cuts the y-axis, Rashidi. No, man. No, 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 don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. All right. Put it where it cuts the y-axis. Right there's at 7.
At 7, sir.
Right.
Yeah.
And what that said, it says, suppose it says 0, negative 7. Very good. It says 0, negative 7. And I'm going to tell you one other story about that 0, negative 7. You see that 0, negative 7? The story is when I'm finding the y-intercept, I'm going to put x equals 0. That's why I have a 0 right there, so wherever it cuts the y-axis, the 0 is going to be there because the y-axis is found when x is equal to 0. The x-axis is found when y equals 0. Rashidi, scroll up for me, please. Let me see the x-axis. All right. Yeah, go again. Go. All right, stop. Put it right at 1. Put it right at 1. On the x-axis. X-axis, Pop. X. All right, click on it right there. You see it has 1, 0? Because I'm actually finding the x-axis. The x-axis is found when y is equal to 0. So that's why I have the 0 over there. So the x-axis is found when y equals 0. But guess what? That graph has 2. Go over to the other part of the graph, Shidi. Yeah, click on that. You see negative 1.4, 0? Because it has 2 of those x values when y equals 0. Because the graph cuts the x-axis twice. You notice the graph cuts the y-axis just once. That's why you have only one of those intercepts. Those are called intercepts. All right. Now that it cuts the x-axis 2 places, it means that you have 2 intercepts. It cuts the y-axis 1 time. It has 1 intercept. And that intercept is going to be 0, 7. That intercept is going to be 0, 7. That intercept is going to be 0, 7.
That is for the bottom part, sir, where it turns.
Very good. Yeah, that's why near to where it turns. Near to where it turns. All right. Okay. Let me just stop and ask Vanessa. Unmute for me, please.
Sir?
Yeah, man. So you were saying, Hon, that you weren't following so well, and then what I did next was to, you think I forget it down? I put a new question on the board. I made up a question a while ago. Yeah, man. Yes, Kareem. I put a question on the board, and then I worked through the question. Make the coefficient of x squared 1 if it is not 1. And when the coefficient of x squared 1, we're going to find half the coefficient of x and then we square it. And we do a little thing, and we do a little thing, and we'll come down and we'll get our value to be in the form a open bracket x plus h all squares plus k. And then we're going to write it in our vertex form. When we write it in our vertex form, we're going to get negative 1/5 comma negative 36 over 5. And then now we're going to sketch the graph. We're going to sketch the graph. But before we do the sketching of the graph, sir wanted to show you what it looked like. Sir wanted to show you what it looked like. Because remember now, to sketch a graph, you have to first find the basic graph. Now remember, the basic graph is going to be x squared because the function is in x squared. So the basic graph is going to be in x squared. Talk truth. Say yes, no?
Yes,
Repeat
sir.
that
Then
part
I
again.
find
All right, let me say it again. And I want you to tell me if you're really
the
following what I'm
basic
saying.
graph is going to be x
X
squared
squared. Okay, Kerry. So tell me why the basic graph is x squared, Kerry.
because I don't find the coefficients of x as yet.
No, because
You don't make it what?
No, look at the function. What was the function? Look at the function. Tell me what the function reads, Kerry. Read the question.
5x squared.
Very good. 5x squared. So the highest power in the function is x squared. So it has an x squared shape. So you know that the function is going to be x squared. Put it this way. Do we have
Sir, it all goes back to what you explained about the odd number and the even number.
It does. It does. All right. Tommy, on mute again.
Yes,
you
sir.
have siblings?
Yes.
All right. And they're also Tuckers? No.
Sir, I don't feel like you want to ask that question. It's too much bangarang there.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. No. Okay. All right. Press pause for now. Just assume that your brother and your sister is a Tucker, right?
Okay.
And you're standing beside them. What do you think will happen? What would be my reaction? You think?
You are going to ask. You might ask if we're siblings or if we're related.
Why?
Because we look the same.
Okay, you have some resemblance, don't it?
Yes.
Very good. No, let me just say something to you though. Let me say something to you. So you don't have to share the same last name, So your father can have, so mommy can have 10 different children with 10 different men. I am not even looking at your mother as anybody else. That's not my concern. But the mere fact that the 10 of you shares the same mother, and you put the 10 of you together, even though not 10 different last names, you may see the resemblance.
And it's very ironic because my father's side, my sister, we are like twins, and then my sister and my mother's side, we are like twins that don't know how that go together. We just can't understand.
As a father God work, man, and work in a mischievous way. But you see the point though that I'm making, and I'm trying to find these things in real life so that you can see what is happening. So Tammy just said, "Boy, sir, try not to say no because that one there is a mix of something." What she just said. My sister on my mother's side and my sister on my father's side, when they put the three of it together, we look like twins. Right? That's exactly what my any x squared graph would look like. Any x squared graph is going to have the basic x squared shape. Any graph that has x cubed inside of it we have the basic X cube graph shape. So which is why I went through the exercise, I went through with you. Let me just reiterate the point that I'm making because I really want you to see. So why I went through the whole business of the x squared, the x cubed, the x to the fourth, and I deliberately stopped it at x to the fifth. Because I want you to see that the x squared and the x to the fourth graph look similar. So that, and I don't know if you heard when I said this, that that the x to the fourth graph will look like the x squared graph has the same shape as the x squared graph. And the x to the seventh graph is going to have the same shape as the x to the third graph. What is the difference, sir? One of them hugs the y-axis closer than the other. One of those scanked, one of those walls. So the middle walls, you're closer. Scanked, on a separate apart, 6 feet apart. All right? But just remember, you have to remember these little things that I'm telling you now, so it is that you can appreciate the mathematics. No, smart to do the maths and just say, show me do the maths and I get it right. I want you to understand. You see, when you understand what it is that you're doing, trust me, it comes with ease because you know where you are doing. Many of you here can cook and you can shut your eye and cook. You know why? Because that's what I want to know. It comes with ease. If you're not uncertain about it now, when I go take one book, I'm not going to read it, and I go say, but I wonder if it not come out good. And it makes the cooking experience very nervous because you're not too confident with yourself. So when you do the math, and this is why it's important, why things start get miserable on when you don't do the assessment.
Sir, when you do the matrices.
No, that's a, no, we're not do that. We're not do that. That's a pre-calculus one, you know?
So it depends on something.
It depends on something, I don't know. This will tell you. But you see, what I'm saying to you students is go through your tutorials, prepare yourself adequately so that when you see the stuff, it becomes second nature. You understand what I talk about. You have to say, oh, what the question I said. You know what the question I said because you know what the student asked about. But if you don't do the work, you're not going to know the stuff. Let me just tell you one final story. I wrote your exam paper already and submitted it. Your exam paper is already written.
You know, sometimes you have jokes. You got jokes sometimes. Yes, yo, tonight I'm gonna get no trouble. I'm just sit down, right when my friend and my don't say nothing. I laughing with my car. Tonight I'm gonna get no trouble in it.
I love you too, Britannia. I love you too. But guess what, Britannia? I'm going to even get a bigger joke. Your mid-semester is also written here, honey.
Sir,
You're that.
all right now is a red nose, you know. Colorful eared.
I hear you. I hear you.
Oh, so sorry, mate. That exam, yeah. At the exam, yeah, teach.
Me? No, I'm gonna teach you the course. And the course, yes, teach you now. Yeah, yes, please.
So you can't tell me how the exams is set up.
Sure. It contains everything that I'm doing right here.
Sir, when is mid-semester?
You know, that's a good question.
Can be more specific.
No,
like that to me, like completing the square, like is a must to come on the exam. But how much question? Yeah, is a must.
Yeah, how much question? I don't know. Maybe A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
Sir, I have a
The
question.
paper, you don't know how much question.
But I can't tell you what it is that I said. But the man, the paper said, read talk.
Sir, so how much question? Like 25.
All right, put it this way. Put it this way. Because it's an online exam, and I congratulate those of you who came out yesterday and spoke.
Yes, sir. We have to talk to her, right?
Yeah, man.
I tried to join.
We are future PR.
Apparently, it was
cool. Yeah, man. Yeah. But the point is, what they do for the online exam is to give students 3 questions, each 20 marks, and 20 multiple choice, because the papers are marked out of 80. So what much I can tell you is that what was submitted were 3 questions, totaling 20 marks each, and 20 multiple choice questions.
You mean for the final?
For the final exam.
All right.
Sir, that's what they said for FCM too. I want more in there.
Say that again, sir.
3 essay type questions.
Essay?
Yeah, you know, work out.
3 questions. How long for one question, sir?
You don't know, but you have to go do what you call it now. You get 3 hours in a row, man.
So, sir, like for example, one of the questions, sir, so
45 minutes.
so, sir, for example, one of the questions are gonna be like, you complete the square and then you're gonna plot the graph.
Yeah. Something like so. No, something like so. But I would hate when
Sir,
Sir,
these ones that you're talking about, they are going to be the essay time. This one that you're doing. And sir, one question, sir. I have a question. Oh God.
Yeah, man. So you're correct. But by the thinking of the question, yeah, you're correct. So what it is that I'm doing now, examples of what I'm doing now, is what I call an essay type question. They may say to you, write 5x squared minus 2x minus 7 or plus 2x minus 7 in the form a open bracket x plus squared or squared plus 7. Hence, sketch the graph. So that's a typical question, right? Okay. And that's what we call the essay type question. I may get it for 5 marks, but let me just warn you. The paper that I submit to CCCJ may not be the paper that comes because remember we have quite a number of member colleges. So you may have a paper that comes from not
I'm always use Excel something.
Okay. All right, so just saying. Come on, you remember your question before I move? All right, maybe not.
The last time we did the final semester.
When you say mid-semester?
I'll come in. Finish to me.
Yeah, the exam we did the other day for the second semester. We were to send in the workout, upload workout. So we never get to do that part there.
Come on, listen to me now. Listen to me.
Next exam.
The one that we did with well,
Foundation 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because so remember we had a clash,
Yeah, man.
My class had a clash, remember that.
But hear me out now, and hear me out going forward. So you hear the vice principal said it yesterday, and I'm going to reiterate the point. We are seeing, I have seen, my colleagues have seen where students are not being very honest in what it is that they do. And trust me, I could have told you guys from when was our I could have sent something the message from Monday to say we call it we're going to go back to face-to-face exam because a group of us met and we discussed the issue and a decision was made from early as Monday afternoon that we're going to keep the online exam. But I chose not to say anything because I want students to come out and voice their concerns, right? Because if I just said to you, say, you go back to face-to-face, you are going to tell somebody else, and somebody's going to tell somebody else, and somebody's going to tell somebody, and then we have two somebody that come in the meeting because the mother here say X, Y, Z. So I couldn't have said anything. The point is, you students are required, and the institution has no and will be putting in, we call it now, stricter measures. And when and any levels of cheating, it is discovered. We just want to find one person to say this. So for example, John Doe is found to be a cheater. John Doe better talk who in the cheat with. Because if not, John Doe we fail the course and have to go find money to redo the course. All right? And John Doe don't want to go down alone. Absolutely. That's the point. So John Doe don't want to go down alone. So you just have to be very careful. And let me just say this. The exam itself, when you do the paper in Jesus' name, upload the evidence of the work. Just upload it. Say the man in here 3 hours remain. It don't mean that it's 3 hours to do the paper. It's the 3 hours to do the paper plus the upload. So the upload is a part of the thing, right? And a lot of students are saying, but sir, they give us 3 hours to do the exam. The paper is a 2-hour paper. No? It's really a 2-hour paper, and CCCJ would have given you an extra hour. So CCCJ gives an extra hour, so you can't get no more time to upload the paper. So every paper that them give for work in math is a 2-hour paper, and then go and extend it by an extra hour. So you have to do what it is that you're supposed to do, guys, please. And I cannot overemphasize the individual work. I cannot overemphasize it. I'm very disappointed, and trust me. Hi, my name is Professor. I have some students who, me and them move good, but move
Sir, I
really
have a
good.
question.
I'm coming to you. Students really and truly move good, And when I'm marking the papers, I see points of collusion. And it really crushes me to know, so boy, me and the student, they move so good and the student really win our exam with cheat. No, man, make me lose off you. I lose all respect for you for that, man. No, so where me coming from, my light have to shine every time. So you can't do something like that. All right. Quickly the question and then we'll continue with stuff because I need to ask you guys some questions thereafter.
All right, so I had this question. I was trying to ask somebody today. I didn't get any, response that was anything to even live with. So I wanted to find out if online school will become optional in the near future.
Yeah, man.
Online in this setting.
Yeah, you don't like it online?
Yes, but I get to understand that many people actually prefer face-to-face where class is concerned, not necessarily exam, but school overall. So I was wondering if it is that school will be the
you have an
face-to-face
option.
reopening will be
optional.
Optional.
Yeah, and the truth of the matter is where I sit, I have some students who said to me, sir, when COVID done, no more online. And some students who say, sir, me not like the online, right? So to each his own, and the institution will give students an option. So for example, so come September, when these students who are now doing their CXCs coming to us, the student can apply to do a fully online program, or they can apply to do a mixed modality. So it means that they do some classes face-to-face and some classes online. But a student who come, so Sunny, if you decide, say, this is your first year, if you decide that
No, I'm going third year.
You're going third year. Okay, so if you decide now that you want to do third year, your third and fourth years fully online, you apply as an online student.
Oh, that's what because I was asking I reached out to the school today to ask them, and they were saying that that is a discussion. Well, no, they were saying that the ministry's advice is that face-to-face will be resumed September, but I wanted to find out if it will be optional, and I couldn't get that information.
When did the ministry say that? Me not hear the ministry.
That was what was communicated to me today, sometime this afternoon.
Last time check, people still catch corona, so.
Thank you very much, Colin. Thank you very much, Colin. I don't hear any conversation from the ministry to say that we are going back to face-to-face. The final thing that I'll say on this is that we not only have the Delta strain that is out there, we now have the Lambda strain, right? So we have different variants of the virus out there. So not just the Delta that is out there, but the Lambda strain now has emerged, right? So we have two different strains now. The Delta strain is so much easier for you to contract the COVID virus with the Delta strain. So I'm just thinking now that the Lambda strain is even more susceptible for you to catch the virus with that sort of strain. So COVID still keeping, and I'm saying that people will have to, and you know my position already. If I am coming out to teach, I have to think about not just me, but I have to think about my family.
For your family.
Right? And in as much as I'm thinking about myself and my family, I have to also think about my students. You see what I'm saying?
And their family.
And their families. So it is everything and all of us coming together, working for the common good. So which is why I say COVID still a key. Put on your mask, wear your mask. Went on the road today and I'm seeing people up and about without a mask.
Personally, sir, I am benefiting from online school.
Nobody that want no mask. So walk up and done.
Yeah. Unshare for me, please, Rashidi.
I know entire family who is sick right now have COVID. Entire family.
No man, it is, and I'm going to say to you, thanks, Shidi. I'm going to say to you, students, please protect yourselves. Protect yourselves. I mean, you cannot hand wash, sanitize, and wear the mask more than what it is that you're doing. You have to protect yourself because I'm telling you, COVID is real. A lot of people say, not just it's real. Take care of yourself. And the institution, one of the things I can see when the decision was made to go face-to-face, and they listened to us as faculty members when we spoke. I listened to what you guys were saying, And when I went to the meeting, I said, there are students in my groups who are saying X, Y, Z, and the considerations were taken.
Sir, I know some swear saying you was against that, against the online. I thought you wanted the face-to-face.
Earlier, me is
Sir, me personally, I benefit from online because after a long day of work and then for go come to school and then find your way home after that, you just make one go home and done. And
all right, let me tell
nice.
all right, this is the final point I'm going to make, because this section of the class now is really a conversation, because I want to get from you what it is that you are understanding it, what it is, so I can just touch up this stuff. But let me just say this one point before I move back to the topic at hand. For me, I have been doing online since 2013 using Editasoft. So Editasoft has been at Excelsior from 2013. All right. So and have been introduced to online teaching and learning from them. All right. Now, for me, I don't have a problem with online. I mean, the truth of the matter is, I would have invested in my stuff, in the gadgets that I'm using now to teach, because I want to come across with my students. I can go into a Microsoft Word document and I can write in the Word document, so it is that you can see it, I can erase it, I can do all the wonderful stuff. So at least it feels like you're in front of me. Let me tell you what I dislike about online teaching. When I'm in the face-to-face class, I can read the faces. I can look at Carol and say, Carol is not feeling well. And I would say, Carol, you want to go home? What are you not understanding? I can look at Danica and say, Danica, what is the problem? And I can read body languages, because this is how we are trained to read body languages. I mean, I'm teaching, for those of you who would have who did a course with me before, would recognize that I don't sit down at the front of the class. I walk up and down in my class. All right? Because I want to find out exactly where you are. The major challenge for me with online teaching is that students don't speak up in class. Them sit down. And when I asked the students last year, why don't I? Oh, sir, I don't know if I'm right. And I said, but that don't make no sense. You have to speak so that the teacher can know whether you're right or you're wrong. And to the point where we had meetings with the students to find out what it is that they're not doing. So that is my major challenge. When you're in an online class, you have to talk up, because remember, you're not sitting. Some of you don't even know what I look like to blow. Talk truth.
Not at all.
Not at all.
No,
right?
sir. And I'm sure I went through my entire semester this semester that is finished, I went through the entire semester without knowing what any of the lecturers look like.
Which is the point I'm making.
Sir, turn on your camera, sir.
It would not be a good idea right about now. Right? But the point is, many people would have gone to institutions overseas to study, and would get a degree or a master's or a doctoral stuff. And them don't even know, the only thing them see is a picture of the school. They've never stepped one day into the school physically. But them get a legitimate degree and people recognize it. So what we need to do now is just to move past this thing about online, and just, it is here to stay. It is here to stay.
Exactly. And stop worrying about cheating too, because that now go stop.
Yeah, guess what? If it continues,
just give assignments for exams.
Sir, she said that in your class, sir. Sir, remember your daily bread?
No, but
she said that in your class.
No, but I lie, though.
Like, sir,
can't
protect.
So
Sir, remember your little work. Remember the little work, sir.
No,
If we in a what when in an exam, when still an exam and still achieve, when invigilator in the much less. People still
sir, remember your little work.
Let us continue, please.
Sir,
but
right 5x squared plus 2x minus 7. Write 5x squared plus 2x minus 7 in the form a open bracket x plus h all squared plus k. It is projected. It is projected. I want you to take another look at this question. Another look at this question. And I want you to You know what? I said that today was. I said that this was the question time. But let me do something else to the question
So you
first.
can get next one too.
Could, but I want to 5x squared plus 2x minus 7. 5x squared plus 2x minus 7. 5x squared plus 2x minus 7. Watch me. H is equals to b over 2a. K is equals to c minus b squared over 4a. All right? H. So if this is my a, and that is my b, and that is my c, then H is going to be equal to b over 2a. So that's 2 over 2 times 5. And that 2 cancels that 2. So I'm left with 1/5. So the value of H is 1/5. K is equal to C minus 7 minus B squared, 2 squares over 4 times A, 4 times 5. Right? 2 squares is 4, so that 4 cancels with that 4. So what I have here is minus 7 minus 1/5. And 7 times 5 is 35, and 35 times 1 is 36. 35 plus 1 is 36, so which is equals to negative 36 over 5. So I don't have enough space, but I want to just highlight something. That's the value of my k. My k is 36 over 5. See here? My k is 36 over 5. My h is 1/5.
You know, me honestly glad you go over this because this alone never understand.
Very good.
The plot,
Very
the
good.
graph though.
Very good.
Never understand.
So the question in green, sorry, the solution in green is an easier workout than the one in black. However, both methods are very important because they can give you a question where you can't use the top one at all and you have to use the bottom one. Or you can't use the bottom one at all, but you have to use the top one. Yeah, man. So you have to know both.
Sir, will the formula be given in the exam?
Nope.
No, you have to know the formula.
You have to know it. No formula given. You have to know it.
Okay.
All right. So what I want you to do for me? Uh, oh Lord, I'm going to give you. What time is it? No, all right, I can't do that. I'm going to give you a question, and I'm putting it in this little box here. Do know. I don't want to erase the screen because I want you to be able to see what is happening. I want you to write 4x squared minus 2x minus 5. I want you to write that question in the form a open bracket x plus h all squares plus k. So see all the question there on screen. Forgive me for itching the question up in blue. I color coded so you can see it better. So the question in blue, I'm giving you 5 minutes. 5 minutes to work it through. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes to work it through.
So we should use this formula H equals that one. Which formula should we use? So H equals
No, whichever one you want to use for now. Whichever one you want to use for now. Because we have to catch it and understand it.
Alright, so remember for admit to the Ucosaf because I have like 2 classes to catch up on.
Alright, no problem.
Email there in the chat, sir, if you need that.
You know, so when they come to class and I call in and I ask you for the information.
Yeah, you don't like it there in the chat?
No man. When you see after it, you see before you put it in the chat?
Yeah, oh.
Danica Samuels, yeah, placed hers and I was asking, is there anybody else? And then it's long after me see put your one, but never mind, I'll do that.
Sir, on a side note, you remember when you were adding me to Edicosaf, you made a minor mistake with my name?
Jeez on peas, yes, Ramin.
No, Kareem.
Kareem, yes, Kareem.
And from semester 1 Somebody put Mr. Vanessa
No man,
Dye.
no man. You
Yes.
can change that. Go to my profile and change it.
Okay.
I am
Kareem.
Mr. as well.
Hold on. I have no problem getting onto EducaSoft. What I have to do
is using
when I'm
incorrect
logging in,
something.
I have to put in an extra E.
Yeah. I'm at fault for that. And honestly, I did not remember Kareem. You have to send me a message so it is that I can
All right. So
try
you
the stuff
mean
here.
like Monday? You mean like during the week, during regular hours? Just send me a message.
The truth is, them respond to me pretty quickly. So if you send me the message tonight and I just send it off to them, send me a WhatsApp message so I can send it off to them. They will correct it for me.
All right, no problem.
Yeah. No, ma'am. And I apologize for that too. I just never remember at all.
No, man, as I say, I don't really have an issue, What I do when I'm getting onto EducaSoft, I just put in an extra E in my
The
name.
extra E. All right, cool.
Need to go
Sir, hold on. I just realize that Odu Kosa for me upon make with my personal email. Would it make over Edu Kosa accounts? If that are the case, though, use the school email.
No, we can use the school email, but I can sort it out for you, Salim.
Make a new account. Oh, for me.
Yeah, man, you'll be fine. All right. Let me know when you finish. I'll give you another 2 minutes. And if it is that you want to challenge yourself, you can challenge yourself by doing it both ways to see if you get the same answer. You have to start working, guys. You have to start working. Ooh. Somebody. Give me half a second, please.
Sir, check a chat. Yes, sir.
Sir, can I tell you my answer? Hello?
What's up? What do you got for your answer?
Negative 21 over 4. And
That's it? Negative 21 over 4?
let's see.
Sir, and 1 over 4.
Okay. Talk to me. What say the rest of it?
So I use the H equal get negative 21 over 4, and I use that method.
So you agree with that, with her answer?
Yeah, because when I use that method, I got that one.
So I send my one in your chat, so check it for me, please.
I'm looking at it, but I don't check it yet. I just want to hear what others are saying. Come on, guys, tell me. We have 10 minutes. So I'm hearing from 3. I'm seeing what Rashid is sent, and I'm hearing the 2 of you. Remember, we can't leave class without even getting a bit of an understanding so that when we move on our own, we have something to do.
So I'm getting the same answer, 21 over 4.
21 over 4? All right, so I have 3 of them. All right, Rashid, I'm going to do it and see if what they have is different from
Sir,
yours.
but I went on and break it down by dividing the 4 into the minus 21.
Mm-hmm.
To get
Really?
the 5.
You put it's negative 21 over 4. Oh.
Yes, sir. Negative 21 over 4.
Yeah, you're right. You know what I mean? Somebody to put 4 over 21 and break it down because I was just going to break our friendship. All right.
So if you break it down, I get negative 5 or 1 over 4. If you break that down.
Mm-hmm. All right. Are you still seeing my screen?
Yes, sir.
You seeing 2 pages now?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what's the question? Let me just go back. All right, so let us do this quickly. So 4x squared minus 2x minus 5. All right, since I used that method 2 times, let me use this method 2 times. A is equals to 4, B is equals to negative 2, C is equals to negative 5. H is equals to B over 2A, negative 2 over 2A, which is 4. That cancels into that, and that cancels into that, so I'm going to get negative 1/4. And then K is going to be equals to C, which is minus 5, minus 4 times, no, minus B. Well, actually, I'm correct, but it's B squared, and B squared is negative 2.
Yes.
Squares over, I was correct, right?
You're correct now.
Mm-hmm. So this is going to be minus 5, minus 4. That's what I had before, so that's what I was saying I was correct. 4, 4, 16 over 16, but this cancels that into that, this is 4 times. This is equals to that, LCM is equals to 4. 1 into 4 plus 4, and 4 times negative 5 is negative 20. 4 to 4 plus 1 times 1 times negative 1 is negative 1. So then have negative 21 over 4. So A, which is 4, open bracket, x, minus a quarter, all squares, minus 5 and 1/4. And that's my answer. Can you see that?
Yes, sir. I'm seeing it.
Can you agree with that?
Yes, I'm agreeing with that.
question. So if we just left it at -1/4 and -21/4.
Same, right? Same difference.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
I think that different. It is not wrong.
Same thing.
Incomplete.
I made a little mistake down in the last part here.
Yeah, no problem.
So,
What I'm happy about, Kerry, is that at least you see where it is that you have made a mistake. Where you
yes,
would,
sir.
or where you made it, yeah. So that's it for me tonight, and I just want to get your questions. Let me know where it is that you are, all right. So what I did with you was to go through some basic graphs, and there are some other basic graphs that I have not gone through, like the radical graph. You would see that in your tutorials. We talk about the radical graph. We talk about one next graph. Yeah, but for the most part, we went through some graphs. We went through a linear graph, f of x equals to x. We went through the x squared graph, f of x is equals to x squared. We went through the x cubed graph, f of x is equals to x cubed. And by extension, we went to the x squared and x to the fifth graph, where you saw the relation. What we did also online was to look to see when you're asked to sketch a graph, what we do is to first complete the squares. Then we look for the basic shape of the graph. We get the vertex rather. We calculate the vertex of the graph, of the function. Calculate the vertex of the function. The vertex of the function is that either the maximum point or the minimum point on the graph. And then now we're going to be using the basic shape of the graph. Using the basic shape of the graph. What is the basic shape of the graph? The basic shape of the graph, for example, an x squared graph is going to look like a u. The basic shape of a negative graph is going to be an n. And the basic shape of a cubic graph is going to look like a squiggly s. All right? So I look at the basic shape of the graph. Then I'm going to be translating that graph to x units along the x-axis. Could be positive units or negative units. When I do that, then I'm going to be either shrinking or expanding my graph by using the slider. I'm going to either shrink or expand the graph using my slider. Then next, I am going to be translating the graph now along the y-axis, either positive axis or the negative, positive value y or negative value y. So I'm looking at my axis, and I can either go up or I can go down. And those are the 4 steps in sketching my graph.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if I were to be very honest, there are some of you who consistently speak in class. I know where your headspace is. I know that you're understanding. But there are literally 1 or 2 of you in the class that, if you talk to me, I don't even know how to talk because I can't differentiate your voice. And it is important that you speak up. Speak, because this is how me can know whether or not you follow, you understand if you're something right or wrong. I need to know. So I want you to speak up in class, please. Very important. And with that said, study, complete your assessments. No, I gave you an extra week to complete the first 3 pieces. Trust me. Put me to the test and see how serious Sershan is. I'm
So and
closing
that
out the
is
first
unit
set.
1.3, right?
Right. So as Britannia was saying earlier, I was driving, but I was still hearing where she says, no, it's not just 3 pieces, because sir did say that we're supposed to do 3 pieces last week, and new week has passed. It means that we're supposed to be up to 6. And there are people who I don't want to name and shame you just now because you've been such a good bunch. But trust me, we sit up next class, name and shame. Very nice. No man, some people move in enough.
Saturday I don't move.
Some people move in enough. No, some people move in
Saturday
enough.
complete unit
Yes, sir,
one.
because I've seen where you open on one of my quiz that I
Very
failed.
good, very good. So you see what? So I go through. So you believe that I've been watching it now, then, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So I got through and I look at that and I said, no, who should send this to me? So I fling it back at you. But there are some students in the class who, for crying out loud, don't even start one piece. I'm not talking about those students who just joined in now. I mean, joined like last week, and the ones that are joining this week. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about students who have been with me. And
Sir, where the
come on.
formula is K, why is square the negative 2 at the top? Why is square it, the one that is in the bracket?
Why square it? Because the
Yeah,
formula says C.
the formula,
The formula says C minus B squared over
square.
4A.
Oh, like me never write. Sorry, sir. Sorry.
No,
Me I
that's fine.
wonder, cause
That's
to me I
fine.
work with the formula.
Yeah, man, that's fine. That's fine.
Sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, I'm having an issue. The internet at
Mm-hmm.
home is not good.
Stable.
And whenever I'm opening the EducaSoft, sometimes it don't even open because it's not strong enough.
Yeah.
And I try doing it at work and I'm experiencing the same thing. So the internet at work is not stable either. It's not strong enough because it takes a lot to open the EducaSoft. So I
They're
started
having the same
mine.
issue I was having, sir.
Yeah.
The same issue you were having?
Maybe they're experiencing the same issue. What I did, I went and enable the pop-up blockers.
Pop-up blocker. All right, Carol, do me a favor. Tonight is Friday. I know you're not feeling well, but if you can
It's not me, sir. I'm well. I'm quite well.
Okay, cool.
It wasn't
All
me.
right. Okay. So if you can go to bed, you see, and get about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and try getting on and tell me if you're having the same challenge.
Okay.
Because at that point in time,
I've done a few, I've done a few, but I don't know what's happening now. It's not strong enough. I tried doing it today and it wasn't working at work.
The truth is, internet access in this country double, triple, quadruple since the online teaching and learning. I never used to complain about unstable internet access. Never used to complain about unstable internet access. I have gone on the outside because I get tired of the inside. I've gone on the outside in the past to conduct some of my classes, and it keeps dropping because of the unstable internet access. Everybody's experiencing unstable internet access. But if you could try for me early morning, do that and let me know what happened. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, the only solution I know to this problem so far is the more money you give Flow and Digicel, the stabler your internet.
you know what one of the things
Sir, it's not like as when I used to owe Flow, like 2 months, me used to get internet good enough if I start pay them on time. Sir, me want rebuke them, me call them before about 5 minutes into class earlier today, like I was on the phone with them till about 7 past the hour, because me I talk to the girl and she put me on hold. Me say, girl, I used to work at a call center and you putting me on hold too long, right?
Yeah.
You need to resolve me. You need to tell me something to reassure me.
That's right.
Right? She left me all long and then she come back and me and talk to her, not in a disrespectful manner, and it's just dead ear. Me can't hear nothing. Me say you need to respond, even if you need to say something to me.
They're not
disappointed. Sir, me deal with people every day, officers every day, and all of them can tell you. Reassure. All when me not sure.
You know what though?
Understand it.
Colin is
ready.
Colin is a computer guy. Colin is a computer guy, and let me tell you what by the way, you're still doing computing, right, Colin?
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you where I am disappointed. I am disappointed that in the internet providing companies, mainly digital and flow, that you, my students, are having a challenge. It's like how we go on editor software to do something. You suppose you cannot click editor software without even use no data.
Sir, Anna, you won, sir. When Corona hit, I was thinking like this was a perfect time for digital and flow buckle down and invest in our network.
Yeah.
The man them like they never do nothing. Like they never do nothing.
I mean, they disconnected my phone the other day because there was an issue with my cell phone where I wasn't browsing. And from February of this year, I wasn't browsing. And then they keep saying to me, pay your bill, and then we'll rebate it the following month. And every time I call them at the end of the month before I pay the bill, they said to me that, pay it, we'll rebate it. And then one day I said to myself, I'm not paying no more. I said, no, come check back on the phone, and I'm not paying no more. So they disconnected my phone. And I said to myself, I'm going to go, prepaid. And then I'll be fine. I'm going to go prepaid. And had a conversation, somebody from the center called to say that, I'm a valid customer and rate 80. And I said, yeah. Tell me about it.
Sir, let me go to OUR me call. I'm in an email. I'm a good to go.
Yeah,
but first.
But for me, I am saying to them, I said, it is unfair because I don't have internet access to conduct my classes. I am using my personal data at times to conduct a class. Like all today when I was on the road trying to beat the traffic to come home, I was actually connected to you on my data so that at least the class could go on. Yeah, but it's just where it is. I mean,
sad.
It is very sad. But
sad, and persons don't go through these things overseas, and then we wonder why people migrate and why we have brain drain.
They just want a different competitor.
All right, guess what now?
Can I leave?
Yeah, man, sure. And guess what, guys? Guess what, guys? Let us all come together. Let us all come together so we can start our own company, We could just pass the foundation 3 and pass the business calculus and finish the degree. And we could come. Colin is here. Colin is a computer person. Colin is here. We could come start one excess company. We have riches inside of it. We don't have to work for the rest of our lives. We just sit down and just.
Oh, yes, sir. In 6 months' time, flow and digital by road.
You just cramped my style a while ago. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the evening.
You too, sir.
And take care.
I did enjoy the class.
Thank you.
Sir,
Britannia,
before you go.
Sir, why you frighten me?
No, but somebody for book close yet.
Eh?
Your book close?
No, my book not closed. Yeah, go lucky when you say bye-bye.
Okay, I hear you. Somebody was saying something. Yeah.
One more thing.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead and ask the question.
I'm doing pre-calculus and I'm doing this course as well. Is there going to be a clash?
Yes, miss, because pre-calculus and business and foundation 3 are both at the same time, 5 to 9.
Sir, so why both of them are on my timetable?
Because.
Sir, what is?
Oh, Chazelle, you know that you and I need to talk. Chazelle, please to message me now on WhatsApp and we'll have this conversation.
Sir,
okay, sir.
Yes, Colin.
Sir, you can email me the login information for Lucas off later.
All right, do me a favor, Colin. Are you part of the WhatsApp group now, Colin?
No, sir. I never know sir on WhatsApp there.
There is. All right. Let's see if I can find it, Colin. What is it? All right, never mind. I'll see. Let me just see if I can take a picture and then I just do these things because 2 students need to talk to me after. So.
Good night, sir.
Bless up, Carrie Berry. All right.
Sir, can we get the recordings?
As soon as I get it.
Sir,
yeah, man.
Phone number. You need my phone number?
No, not just yet. I'm going to email you now. I'm going to email you the thing now. I'm going to give you the access now. All right?
All right.
All right, cool.